Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I was in 7th grade when our science teacher, Mr. Westfield, announced we'd be taking a field trip to the mountains to study birds. We'd been immersed in a unit on ecology, and he thought experiencing wildlife firsthand would be more educational than simply studying textbooks. At 13, I wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the outdoors. My weekends typically involved video games and science fiction novels, not hiking through dense forests identifying wildlife. "This will be an excellent opportunity for all of you," Mr. Westfield explained, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. "You'll observe birds in their natural habitat, learn to identify species by their markings and calls, and understand ecological relationships in a way that's impossible from a classroom." He distributed permission slips, explaining that we would spend a full day at Ridgeline Mountain State Park, approximately an hour's drive from our school. Each student would need to identify at least 10 different bird species, recording observations about appearance, behavior, and vocalizations. "Can we see eagles?" asked a girl sitting near the front. "Possibly," Mr. Westfield replied. "The park has recorded sightings of golden eagles, though they're rare. You're more likely to spot hawks, vultures, and various songbirds." Despite my indoor tendencies, I felt a slight flutter of anticipation. Part of me wondered what secrets those mountains might hold. I had never been on a proper wilderness hike before, and the prospect of seeing predatory birds in flight held a certain appeal. That evening, I handed the permission slip to my mother, who signed it immediately. "This will be good for you," she said. "You spend too much time with those video games. A day in the fresh air will do wonders." I shrugged, non-committally but secretly agreed. Perhaps this field trip would offer something different from my usual routine. As I prepared for bed that night, I imagined soaring hawks and the vastness of the mountain landscape. I had no idea what horrors awaited in those seemingly peaceful woods. The morning of the field trip arrived with perfect weather, crisp spring air with gentle sunshine filtering through scattered clouds. I packed my backpack meticulously, water bottle, lunch, snacks, the required notebook and pencils, and a small pair of binoculars my father had loaned me. He'd seemed pleased by my interest in wildlife observation, however reluctant it might be. "These were my father's," he'd said, handing me the vintage binoculars. "Take good care of them." The weight of them in my bag felt significant, like a responsibility I hadn't anticipated. At school, students gathered in the parking lot buzzing with excitement. The yellow bus waited with its engine idling, exhaust fumes rising in the morning air. I spotted my two friends, Ryan and Drew, standing near the back of the crowd. We had been inseparable since elementary school, living on the same street and sharing similar interests in science fiction and computer games. "Ready for this nature adventure?" Drew asked, adjusting his baseball cap. He was the most athletic of our trio, always ready for physical challenges. "As ready as I'll ever be," I replied, trying to sound indifferent, even as nervousness fluttered in my stomach. Ryan flipped through a pamphlet Mr. Westfield had distributed the previous day. "Look at all these birds we might see. Red-tailed hawks, woodpeckers, warblers." "I just hope we see something worth writing about," I said. "I don't want to come back with an empty notebook." We boarded the bus, claiming seats toward the middle. As we settled in, Mr. Westfield stood at the front, counting heads and checking his clipboard. Two parent volunteers sat in the front row, their expressions betraying mild apprehension at the prospect of shepherding 24 7th graders through mountain trails. The bus lurched forward, and we were on our way. The journey took us through familiar suburbs that gradually gave way to rural landscapes. Houses became more scattered, replaced by expanses of farmland, and eventually the rising foothills of the mountain range. The roads narrowed and began to wind, following the natural contours of the land. As we climbed higher, the vegetation changed. Dense forests of oak, maple, and pine covered the slopes. The morning sun now fully emerged from behind the clouds, casting dappled shadows through the canopy as we drove beneath overhanging branches. "Did you know this mountain range has some of the oldest forests in the region?" Ryan commented, still absorbed in his reading materials. "Some of these trees could be hundreds of years old." "Great," Drew replied with a smirk. "Ancient trees. Very exciting." I gazed out the window, watching the forest thicken. Something about the density of those woods made me uneasy. The trees stood so close together that beyond the first few rows, all visibility disappeared into shadowy darkness. Despite the bright spring day, the forest depths remained impenetrably dark. "We're almost there," Mr. Westfield announced from the front of the bus. "When we arrive, stay together until you receive your group assignments and trail maps." The bus rounded a final curve and entered a small gravel parking lot adjacent to a wooden ranger station. A large sign welcomed visitors to Ridgeline Mountain State Park, featuring carved images of local wildlife. We had arrived at our destination, unaware that for some of us, this place would forever remain in our nightmares. The parking lot buzzed with activity as students disembarked, stretching legs and adjusting backpacks. A park ranger greeted Mr. Westfield, reviewing trail maps and safety guidelines. The ranger, a weathered man with sun-creased skin and an official-looking uniform, addressed our class with practiced efficiency. "Welcome to Ridgeline Mountain," he began. "We have over 30 miles of trails here, but today you'll be exploring the main loop trail, which is approximately 3 miles long and well marked throughout. Remember to stay on designated paths at all times, maintain your group formations, and be respectful of wildlife." He continued with standard warnings about not feeding animals, proper disposal of trash, and emergency procedures. Then he mentioned something that caught my attention. "This time of year, we occasionally see black bears emerging from hibernation. They're generally not aggressive, but if you encounter one, back away slowly and make noise to alert the rest of your group. Under no circumstances should you run or approach the animal." A murmur rippled through the group. The prospect of encountering a bear added an unexpected element of danger to our birdwatching expedition. Mr. Westfield divided us into groups of 3, assigning each group a section of the trail and a specific time frame for return to the parking lot. By some stroke of luck, I was grouped with Ryan and Drew, maintaining our usual trio. We received a trail map marked with our designated route, the eastern section of the main loop, which would take us around the base of the mountain rather than up steep inclines. "Remember," Mr. Westfield emphasized, "your assignment is to identify at least 10 different bird species. Note their coloration, behavior, and habitat. We'll be checking your observations against field guides when we return to school." With our notebooks and water bottles ready, we set off on the trail. The beginning was wide and well-maintained, with a layer of wood chips covering the path. Informational signs appeared at regular intervals, describing local flora and fauna. Initially, our progress was slow as we stopped frequently to observe robins, chickadees, and other common birds. Ryan meticulously recorded each sighting, while Drew scanned the canopy with his own binoculars. I felt myself relaxing into the experience, finding unexpected pleasure in this methodical observation of nature. The woods grew denser as we moved deeper along the trail. Massive tree trunks rose on either side, their canopies creating a partial ceiling that allowed only occasional shafts of sunlight to penetrate. The temperature dropped noticeably in these shadowy sections, and sounds seemed muted, as if the forest absorbed them. "It's so quiet here," I remarked, noticing how our voices felt intrusive in the stillness. "That's because we're making too much noise," Drew replied. "If we want to see more interesting birds, we need to be quieter." We continued in relative silence, stopping occasionally to listen for bird calls. The forest seemed to press in around us, the trees forming walls that limited our view to just a few yards in any direction. Despite the clear trail markers, I felt increasingly disoriented, losing track of how far we had traveled from the parking lot. After about 40 minutes of hiking, we reached a small clearing where the trail widened. A massive oak tree stood at the center, its trunk gnarled and imposing, its branches extending like arthritic fingers against the sky. The tree commanded attention, dwarfing everything around it. "That has to be the biggest tree I've seen all day," Drew whispered, tilting his head back to take in its full height. "It's ancient," Ryan agreed, approaching the trunk. "Look at how thick and twisted it is. This thing has probably been here for centuries." I ran my hand along the deeply furrowed bark, feeling its rough texture. "We might have a better chance of spotting birds from here. The clearing gives us a wider view of the canopy." We decided to rest beneath the great oak, settling ourselves among its sprawling surface roots. I leaned back against the trunk, feeling the solid presence of the tree supporting me. Above, the branches formed an intricate lattice against the blue sky. It seemed like the perfect observation point. None of us could have imagined what waited in those ancient branches, invisible yet watching our every move. Beneath the oak, we unpacked our lunches and ate while scanning the surrounding trees for movement. The forest seemed to have relaxed around us, bird calls resuming as the creatures grew accustomed to our presence. A woodpecker hammered rhythmically in the distance, its percussion echoing through the woods. 7 species so far, Ryan noted, reviewing his list. "We need 3 more to complete the assignment." "I'm hoping to see something more impressive than sparrows and finches," Drew said, raising his binoculars to scan the treetops. "Maybe a hawk or an owl." "Owls are nocturnal," I pointed out. "We're unlikely to see one active during daylight." The afternoon sunlight filtered through the oak's canopy, creating shifting patterns on the forest floor. The air held a peculiar stillness, as if the entire forest were holding its breath. I noticed that the bird calls had once again diminished, leaving an unnatural quiet surrounding our small group. "It's weird how the birds keep going silent," I said, closing my notebook. "Almost like something's scaring them." Drew shrugged. "Probably just us moving around too much." I wasn't convinced. The silence felt deliberate, weighted with anticipation. I found myself scanning the underbrush more frequently, expecting to glimpse movement among the shadows. The massive oak above us creaked occasionally, its ancient wood adjusting to subtle shifts in the breeze. "Hey, what's that?" Ryan suddenly whispered, pointing upward. Following his gesture, I peered into the dense foliage overhead. At first I saw nothing unusual, just leaves and branches. Then my eyes settled on a dark mass nestled in the crook of a large branch, perhaps 30 feet above us. The shape seemed incongruous with the surrounding vegetation, too symmetrical to be random growth. "What are you looking at?" Drew asked, raising his binoculars. "That dark thing up there," Ryan replied. "See it? Where the big branch forks?" Drew adjusted his focus. "Yeah, I see it. Some kind of nest, maybe?" I squinted, wishing I had brought my binoculars out of my backpack. The mass appeared roughly the size of a beach ball, with an irregular texture that didn't match the smooth bark of the oak. It remained perfectly still, despite the gentle breeze that stirred the surrounding leaves. "If it's a nest, it's huge," I observed, "and I don't see any birds around it." "Could be abandoned," Ryan suggested, though he sounded uncertain. As we continued to stare, I felt an inexplicable sense of dread building in my chest. Something about that motionless shape triggered a primal warning system in my brain. I wanted to suggest moving to another spot, but I hesitated, not wanting my friends to think I was being irrational. Then we heard it, a strange vocalization unlike any bird call I'd encountered. It began as a low, rasping hiss that transformed into a high-pitched chirp before fading back to silence. The sound seemed to emanate directly from the dark mass. "What was that?" Drew whispered, lowering his binoculars. His face had paled noticeably. "I don't know," Ryan replied, his voice tight. "Not like any bird I've heard before." "Maybe we should move on," I suggested, unable to mask the anxiety in my voice. Before either could respond, we heard a rustle of wings. A large bird with a dark body and distinctive red head glided into view, settling on a branch not far from the mysterious shape. Even without binoculars, I recognized it immediately. "Turkey vulture," Ryan whispered excitedly, making a note in his book. That's species number 8. The vulture adjusted its position, folding its impressive wings against its body. It seemed unaware of our presence below, its attention focused elsewhere. I noticed it hadn't acknowledged the dark mass either, despite perching relatively close to it. "They feed on carrion," Drew commented. "I wonder if it smells something dead nearby." I was about to respond when I noticed a movement. The dark mass shifted, almost imperceptibly at first, then with shocking speed. Before any of us could react, it launched itself toward the vulture. What happened next would haunt me for years to come. The dark shape struck with terrifying precision, covering the distance to the vulture in less than a second. As it moved, its form expanded, revealing multiple appendages that reached out to ensnare the bird. The vulture barely had time to spread its wings before it was seized and immobilized. A sound pierced the forest, a horrifying blend of the vulture's panicked squawk and something else, something utterly inhuman. A wet, guttural hissing emanated from the attacker as it secured its grip on the struggling bird. "What is that thing?" Ryan screamed, scrambling backward. In the dappled light, I caught glimpses of the creature that defied comprehension. It appeared to be an arachnid of impossible size, its body covered in dense dark fur. 8 jointed legs, each as thick as my wrist, wrapped around the vulture and the branch. At the front of its bulbous body, I glimpsed mandibles working rapidly as they penetrated the bird's flesh. Drew had fallen backward, his binoculars dropping to the ground. "Oh God," he choked out. "Oh God, what is that?" The creature pulled the vulture closer to its mouthparts. I watched in horror as it began to feed, puncturing the bird's body with its fangs. Dark fluid dripped from the vulture's wounds, spattering on the leaves below. The slurping, sucking sound that followed was worse than anything I could have imagined, the unmistakable noise of a predator extracting fluids from its prey. My stomach heaved. I scrambled to my feet, abandoning my notebook and water bottle. Ryan and Drew were already in motion, bolting toward the trail. Without a word, I followed, my heart hammering against my ribs with such force I thought it might burst. "Run!" Drew shouted unnecessarily. We were already sprinting at full speed, crashing through underbrush with no regard for the path or our footing. I glanced back once, terrified the creature might be pursuing us. Through the trees I could still see the massive oak, but the predator remained where we had left it, feasting on its kill. That single backward glance nearly cost me, as I stumbled over an exposed root and barely caught myself before falling. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to give out. Eventually, we collided with another group from our class, 3 students and one of the parent chaperones, Mrs. Bennett. They stared at us in alarm as we skidded to a halt before them, gasping for breath and wide-eyed with panic. "What on earth?" Mrs. Bennett exclaimed, reaching out to steady Drew, who looked ready to collapse. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Words tumbled out between desperate gulps of air. Ryan tried to explain, gesturing wildly back toward the direction we had come. "Giant. Spider. It attacked. A vulture. Eating it." The other students exchanged looks of disbelief, smirking at what they clearly assumed was an attempt to frighten them. Mrs. Bennett's expression shifted from concern to skepticism. "A spider that attacked a vulture?" she repeated. "Boys, that's not possible." "We saw it," I insisted, my voice cracking with emotion. "It was huge, like a dog, but a spider. It grabbed the vulture and... I couldn't continue, the memory of those feeding sounds making me nauseous again. Drew nodded vigorously. "It's true. We were sitting under this massive oak tree, and this thing was hiding in the branches. It moved so fast. Please, we have to get back to the bus." Mrs. Bennett looked uncertain, glancing between our terrified faces and the peaceful forest trail behind us. "Where exactly did this happen?" "About half a mile back," Ryan said. "There's a clearing with a huge oak tree, but we can't go back there. That thing could come after us." One of the other students laughed. "Are you guys serious? There's no such thing as a giant spider. You're making this up." "We're not," Drew snapped, his face flushed with anger and fear. "We saw it. It was real." Mrs. Bennett made a decision. "Let's head back toward the meeting point. I'll radio Mr. Westfield and let him know what's happening." She pulled out a small 2-way radio and called our teacher. After a brief exchange, during which I heard Mr. Westfield's voice crackle through with obvious confusion, she informed us that we would proceed to the ranger station to report what we had seen. As we walked, the other students kept their distance from us, whispering and occasionally laughing. I didn't care what they thought. The image of that creature was burned into my mind. Its impossible size, the swift, predatory movement, those glistening mandibles. No one who hadn't seen it could understand the horror we had witnessed. At the ranger station, we sat on wooden benches outside while Mr. Westfield and the park ranger interviewed us separately. The other groups had been instructed to continue their observations, but to stay on the main trails closer to the parking area. I could see them casting curious glances in our direction, undoubtedly wondering about the commotion we had caused. When my turn came to speak with the ranger, I entered the small office with trepidation. The man's weathered face remained impassive as I recounted what I had seen. His eyes narrowed slightly when I described the size of the creature, but he let me finish without interruption. "Son," he said finally, leaning forward in his chair, "I've worked in these mountains for 17 years. I know every species of wildlife in this park, and I can assure you there are no spiders that size anywhere in this region, or this country for that matter." "But we all saw it," I insisted, my voice trembling. "It was real. It grabbed a turkey vulture right out of the air." The ranger sighed, scratching his jaw thoughtfully. "What you boys probably saw was a hawk or eagle taking a smaller bird. From your angle below, and with the sunlight filtering through the trees, it could have created an optical illusion. Predator birds have powerful talons that could easily be mistaken for legs in the right circumstances." I shook my head vehemently. No, it wasn't a bird. It had 8 legs and fangs. It was covered in fur. "The largest spider in this region is the wolf spider, and they're no bigger than your palm," he explained patiently. "Is it possible that what you saw was actually a small predator, maybe a fisher or a pine marten, attacking a bird?" His calm rationality made me doubt myself momentarily. Could we have misinterpreted what we saw? The memory seemed so vivid, so horrifying. But was it possible that fear and imagination had distorted our perception? "I know what I saw," I said, though with less conviction than before. The ranger nodded, not unkindly. Fear can play tricks on the mind, especially in unfamiliar surroundings. The human brain is wired to sometimes see threats where none exist. It's a survival mechanism from our ancestors. Mr. Westfield, who had been silent throughout this exchange, finally spoke. "Perhaps I should take a look at this tree. Where exactly was it located?" I described the location as best I could, mentioning the clearing and the distinctive size of the oak. The ranger nodded in recognition. "That would be the heritage oak. It's over 300 years old and a landmark in the park. I can lead you there if you'd like to investigate." My stomach clenched at the thought of returning to that spot. "You can't go there. That thing could still be in the tree." The ranger stood, checking his belt, which I noticed held a large canister of bear spray and a radio. "I'll go have a look. If there's any unusual wildlife in the area, I should document it." Despite my protests, they decided to investigate. The ranger, Mr. Westfield, and the male parent volunteer set off down the trail, leaving Mrs. Bennett to supervise the remaining students at the ranger station. Ryan, Drew, and I huddled together on our bench, speaking in low voices. "They don't believe us," Drew said bitterly. "They think we made it up. Or that we saw something else and got confused," Ryan added. "But we all saw the same thing. It wasn't a mistake." I remained silent, staring at the path where the adults had disappeared. Part of me hoped they would find evidence to vindicate our story, while another part dreaded what might happen if they encountered the creature. Nearly an hour passed before they returned. The ranger led the way, his expression unreadable. Mr. Westfield followed, looking tired and slightly annoyed. As they approached, I searched their faces for any sign that they had discovered something unusual. "Well?" Mrs. Bennett asked as they reached us. The ranger shook his head. "Nothing out of the ordinary. We found the oak tree and searched the surrounding area thoroughly. There were some bird feathers on the ground, likely from a vulture or hawk based on the size and coloration, but that's not unusual. Predation happens regularly in the wild. No sign of your spider, Mr. Westfield added, directing his gaze at us. Not even a web. But it was there, Ryan insisted. We all saw it. The ranger shrugged. Without evidence, all I can record is an unconfirmed wildlife sighting. We do occasionally get reports of unusual animals in the park, though most turn out to be misidentifications or exaggerations. The implication was clear. He believed we had either invented the story or grossly misinterpreted what we had seen. The disappointment and frustration must have shown on our faces because the ranger adopted a more conciliatory tone. Look, I'm not saying you didn't see something that frightened you, but from a scientific perspective, what you're describing simply doesn't exist in these mountains. Mr. Westfield checked his watch. I think we should conclude our field trip for today. Everyone, gather your things. We'll be boarding the bus in 15 minutes. As the other students collected their backpacks and notebooks, I overheard snippets of conversation. Totally made it up to get attention. Probably saw a squirrel and freaked out. Ruined the whole trip for everyone. The shame of being disbelieved combined with the lingering fear created a knot in my stomach. I knew what we had witnessed was real, but without evidence, our account sounded like the product of overactive imaginations, or worse, a deliberate fabrication. The ride back to school passed in uncomfortable silence, at least for our group. The other students chatted and compared notes on the birds they had identified, occasionally glancing back at where Ryan, Drew, and I sat isolated at the rear of the bus. I stared out the window as the mountains receded in the distance, wondering about the creature we had left behind in those ancient woods. The following week at school was difficult. Word of our giant spider story spread quickly, making us the subjects of ridicule and practical jokes. Some students would mimic spider movements when we walked past, while others left crude drawings of spiders in our lockers and desks. Mr. Westfield seemed disappointed in us, treating our group with cool professionalism during science class. Did you really see a monster in the woods? A fourth-grade student asked me in the hallway one day. My brother says you made it all up. I had stopped trying to convince anyone of the truth. We saw something, I replied vaguely. I don't know what it was. This non-committal response became my standard answer. Even my parents, initially concerned by my obvious distress after the field trip, eventually suggested that perhaps my imagination had run wild in an unfamiliar environment. Forests can be scary places when you're not used to them, my father said one evening. Shadows play tricks on your eyes. Sounds get distorted among the trees. I nodded as if agreeing, but internally I clung to the certainty of what I had witnessed. The memory remained vivid. The sudden movement, the vulture's strangled cry, those jointed legs wrapping around the struggling bird. No trick of light or shadow could explain that horror. Ryan, Drew, and I discussed it privately, comparing our recollections to ensure we hadn't imagined or exaggerated any details. Our accounts matched almost perfectly, reinforcing our conviction that the experience had been real. I've been researching, Ryan told us, showing printouts from his computer. There are legends about giant spiders in different cultures around the world. Native American tribes in this region have stories about forest spirits that could take the form of enormous arthropods. But those are just myths, Drew argued. The ranger said the largest spiders here are just wolf spiders. What if there are species that haven't been discovered? I suggested. New insects are identified all the time in remote areas. Not spiders the size of dogs, Drew countered, though he looked uncertain. Something that big couldn't stay hidden for long. Unless there aren't many of them, Ryan said. Maybe they're extremely rare, or they're good at avoiding humans. We speculated endlessly, but reached no satisfying conclusions. The scientific impossibility of what we had seen conflicted with our direct experience, creating a cognitive dissonance that was difficult to resolve. About a month after the field trip, local news reported that a hiker had gone missing in Ridgeline Mountain State Park. Search parties combed the area for 3 days before finding the man's backpack and camera near a ravine. The hiker himself was never located. Authorities concluded he had likely fallen into the ravine and been carried away by the swift current of the seasonal stream below. When I heard this news, a cold dread settled in my stomach. The article didn't specify exactly where in the park the backpack had been found, but I couldn't help wondering if the missing hiker had encountered what we had seen in the tree. I became increasingly anxious about wooded areas, developing what my mother called an irrational fear of forests. I refused to go camping that summer, inventing excuses when friends invited me on outdoor excursions. At night, I sometimes woke from nightmares in which I was trapped in endless woods, pursued by a shadow with too many legs that moved unnaturally fast through the trees. My parents eventually arranged for me to speak with a counselor who diagnosed me with a mild form of arachnophobia triggered by a traumatic misperception during the field trip. The sessions helped with the acute anxiety, but they couldn't erase the fundamental certainty that what I had witnessed was no misperception. When 8th grade began the following fall, the incident had largely faded from the collective memory of our classmates. Newer gossip and scandals had replaced our story in the social hierarchy of middle school drama. Ryan, Drew, and I remained friends, but we spoke of the creature less frequently, as if by tacit agreement we had decided to move forward rather than dwell on an experience no one else believed. One afternoon in October, as I was walking home from school, I noticed a large spider crawling across the sidewalk ahead of me. It was an ordinary house spider, no larger than a quarter, but I froze at the sight of it. As I watched, it dragged the body of a small moth toward the grass, prey several times larger than the predator itself. In that moment, I understood something that had been nagging at the edges of my consciousness since the field trip. Spiders, even small ones, are among the most efficient and terrifying predators on Earth. They act with mechanical precision, their movements guided by instinct rather than conscious thought. They feel no emotion, no remorse, no hesitation, only hunger and the drive to feed. What we had encountered in those mountains was this predatory efficiency scaled to nightmarish proportions. The creature hadn't pursued us because we weren't its prey. It had what it wanted, the vulture. But the knowledge that such a thing existed, hidden in the seemingly peaceful forest, had forever changed how I viewed the natural world. 10 years have passed since that spring day in the mountains. I'm now 23, a biology major specializing in entomology, the study of insects. My friends find this career choice ironic given my childhood experience, but to me, it makes perfect sense. I needed to understand what we had seen, to place it within the context of known science, or to prove to myself that it couldn't exist. Ryan became a journalist, his innate curiosity driving him to investigate unexplained phenomena and local mysteries. Drew took a more conventional path, studying business administration and working for a marketing firm. We remained in contact through college, though our once inseparable trio gradually drifted into the casual friendship of adults with different lives and priorities. Last month I received an email from Ryan with an attachment and a brief message. Found this while researching a story on unexplained disappearances in national parks. Thought you should see it. The attachment was a scanned page from a local newspaper dated 1953, describing the disappearance of 2 park rangers in what was then called Ridgeline National Forest. The article mentioned that the men had been investigating reports of unusual wildlife sightings near an area known for its old-growth trees. Their equipment was found abandoned beside a massive oak, with no signs of struggle or injury. They were never located. I stared at the article for a long time, a familiar coldness spreading through my chest. Then I did something I had avoided for a decade. I searched for information about giant arachnids, specifically accounts of oversized specimens that defied scientific classification. Most results were predictably focused on known large species like the Goliath bird-eater tarantula, or articles debunking urban legends. But buried among these were occasional reports from remote regions of the world, a photograph of unusually large tracks in the Amazon, testimonies from indigenous tribes in Borneo about forest creatures they called night hunters, a Soviet expedition from the 1970s that documented unusually large silk structures in the Siberian wilderness. None provided conclusive evidence of anything approaching what we had seen. Yet the pattern of accounts from disconnected sources, spanning different continents and time periods, suggested something beyond mere folklore. I contacted a professor emeritus who had specialized in arthropod evolution, carefully framing my inquiry as academic curiosity rather than personal investigation. His response was dismissive but intriguing. The square-cube law prevents terrestrial arthropods from reaching the sizes you describe in modern oxygen conditions. However, isolated evolutionary pockets can occasionally produce outliers that temporarily defy classification. Nature's adaptations sometimes outpace our understanding of biological limitations. 2 weeks ago, I returned to Ridgeline Mountain State Park for the first time since 7th grade. The parking lot had been expanded, and a new visitor center replaced the old ranger station. Educational displays detailed the park's ecosystem and wildlife, with no mention of anything unusual or unexplained. I hired a guide, explaining that I wanted to document insect specimens for a research project. When I asked about the heritage oak, he readily agreed to take me there, commenting that it was a popular spot for nature photographers. As we approached the clearing, I felt my heart rate accelerate. The tree looked exactly as I remembered, massive, ancient, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like arthritic fingers. Yet in daylight, with an experienced guide beside me, the setting seemed benign, even beautiful. "Interesting fact about old oaks like this," the guide said, pausing to admire the tree. "Their canopies create entire ecosystems. Dozens of species can live in a single tree this size. Birds, insects, small mammals." I nodded, scanning the branches overhead. "Have there ever been reports of unusual wildlife in this area? Anything out of the ordinary?" The guide gave me a curious look. "Like what?" "I don't know," I replied, trying to sound casual. "Unexpected predators, strange sightings, that sort of thing." He shrugged. "Bears and mountain lions occasionally, though they generally avoid humans." "Why do you ask?" I didn't answer directly. Instead, I pointed to a dark hollow high in the oak's trunk. "What about up there? Ever seen anything nesting in those cavities?" "Owls sometimes, raccoons. Nature abhors a vacuum. Any good shelter gets used by something." We spent an hour collecting insect specimens near the base of the tree. Nothing unusual appeared in my samples, just typical forest arthropods, none larger than my thumbnail. As we prepared to leave, I found myself staring up at the canopy one last time. The branches swayed gently in the breeze, sunlight filtering through the leaves to create shifting patterns on the forest floor. For a moment, I thought I glimpsed movement that didn't match the wind's rhythm, something deliberate rather than passive. A dark shape adjusting its position, perhaps, or merely a shadow from a cloud passing overhead. "Ready to head back?" the guide asked, packing away his equipment. I hesitated, still watching the upper branches. "Do you believe there could be species in these mountains that haven't been officially documented? Things that stay hidden from human observation?" He considered the question seriously. "In microfauna, definitely. New insect species are discovered all the time. As for larger animals," he shrugged, "less likely, but not impossible. These forests have existed for thousands of years. They keep their secrets well." As we walked back along the trail, I maintained a conscious effort not to look over my shoulder. The weight of unseen eyes seemed to follow our departure, a sensation I recognized from childhood but had attributed to trauma and imagination. Now, as an adult with scientific training, I find myself caught between rational skepticism and the undeniable reality of what we witnessed that day. The creature defied biological constraints as we understand them, yet 3 separate observers confirmed its existence. Either we experienced a mass hallucination, statistically improbable, or there are aspects of our natural world that remain beyond the boundaries of documented science. I've scheduled another visit to the park next month, this time equipped with motion-activated cameras and more sophisticated collection tools. Ryan has agreed to accompany me, his journalistic instincts aroused by the historical patterns of disappearances in the area. Perhaps we'll find nothing. Perhaps the creature was an anomaly, a solitary aberration that has long since died. Or perhaps it waits still, hidden among ancient branches, watching with patient, predatory awareness as hikers and students pass unknowingly beneath its perch. In either case, I no longer walk comfortably beneath trees without glancing upward, searching for unusual shadows or movements that don't match the wind. Some knowledge, once gained, cannot be unlearned. Some fears, once experienced, become permanent companions. The forest may appear peaceful, but I know better. In its darkest corners, in the spaces between documented species and understood biology, there exist things that defy classification. Predators that move with terrible efficiency and remain, for most of humanity, mercifully unseen. But I have seen, and I cannot forget. Some of my fondest memories as a child are my mother taking me to Girl Scouts. It's funny how certain things stick out over others. I don't remember the cookies, but I remember my mom meticulously sewing the badges on my uniform, her fingers working with precision despite her arthritis. I'm not sure if specific things persist in my memories more than others because I lost my mother when I was 14, and these were the primary activities we shared, or if it was simply my passion and eagerness for learning as a young girl. Either way, the Girl Scouts has always been a foundational part of my life. The organization became my sanctuary after Mom passed. While other teenagers found solace in rebellion, I immersed myself deeper into structured activities. The troop leaders became surrogate mothers, guiding me through the wilderness of adolescence with the same methodical approach they used to teach us how to navigate actual wilderness. By 16, I was helping with the younger troops, and by 18, I became an official volunteer. Into adulthood, I have remained a consistent volunteer, even though at 32 I haven't yet been blessed with children of my own to share these experiences with. There's something rejuvenating about watching young girls discover their capabilities, seeing their eyes widen with accomplishment when they successfully build their first fire or identify a poisonous plant. It reminds me of myself at their age, and somehow it keeps my mother's memory alive. When people ask why I devote so much time to Girl Scouts, I tell them about the skills it teaches young women: independence, resourcefulness, teamwork. What I don't tell them is about what happened in the Greenvale Forest in 2017. I don't tell them about the incident that left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the natural world. I don't tell them about the girls who spoke of the man in the red cave. I've never put this story down on paper before. Please bear with me as I do my best to recount it accurately. Some details remain vivid, burned into my memory like a brand, while others have become hazy with time and perhaps with my mind's attempt to protect itself. It was supposed to be a standard camping trip, 3 days in Greenvale Forest with Troop 437, consisting of 12 girls aged 9 to 11. I was 24 at the time, one of 4 adult volunteers alongside the troop leader, Rebecca, and 2 mothers. My responsibilities included meal preparation and organizing arts and crafts activities for the girls who weren't comfortable with the more physically demanding aspects of camping. The first day proceeded according to plan. We arrived at noon, set up camp, and spent the afternoon establishing ground rules and boundaries. The Forest Service had marked clear trails, and we emphasized the importance of staying on them. After a dinner of foil packet meals cooked over the campfire, we told mild, spooky stories, nothing too frightening for the younger girls, and were in our tents by 9. The following morning dawned clear and cool. Perfect hiking weather. After breakfast, Rebecca led us on what was supposed to be a 2-hour nature hike along the beginner's trail. The girls marched in pairs, chattering excitedly about spotting wildlife and collecting interesting leaves for their nature journals. I brought up the rear, keeping count of heads, and occasionally reminding stragglers to keep up. Approximately 45 minutes into the hike, something strange happened. I was watching a red-tailed hawk circling overhead when a sudden pressure built in my ears. The forest sounds, the girls' voices, the rustling leaves, the distant woodpecker. All became muffled, as though I'd descended underwater. A persistent buzzing filled my head, drowning out everything else. I blinked rapidly, disoriented, pressing my palms against my temples. When the sensation subsided seconds later, I instinctively counted heads. 11. I counted again. Still 11. One was missing. I quickened my pace, moving alongside the line of girls taking mental attendance. It was Cindy who was missing, a quiet 10-year-old with dark braids who had been reluctant to come on the trip in the first place. I called her name, softly at first, not wanting to alarm the others. When there was no response, I approached Rebecca at the front of the line. "Cindy's missing," I whispered, my voice tight with the beginning threads of panic. Rebecca's expression shifted immediately from relaxed to alert. She instructed the other adults to keep the girls in place while we backtracked. We called Cindy's name, our voices growing increasingly urgent as minutes passed without response. The forest seemed to absorb our calls, the thick canopy muffling our voices. 5 minutes stretched into 10, 10 into 15. Rebecca pulled out the emergency protocols, her hands trembling slightly as she prepared to contact forest rangers. My mouth had gone dry, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped animal. I couldn't stop thinking about the statistics I'd read about missing children, how the first 3 hours are crucial, how the chances of finding them diminish with each passing minute. Just as Rebecca was dialing, one of the mothers shouted. There, approximately 30 feet off the trail, was Cindy, walking through a patch of sunlight between the trees. She wasn't running or appearing distressed, just wandering, her head tilted as though listening to something. I sprinted toward her, calling her name. She turned, and I was struck by her expression, not frightened or confused, but oddly serene, almost dreamlike. When I reached her, I dropped to my knees, gripping her shoulders perhaps too tightly as I examined her for injuries. "Cindy, are you okay? What happened? Why did you leave the trail?" The questions tumbled out of me, relief making my voice crack. She blinked at me, that strange smile still playing on her lips. "I'm fine," she said, her voice light and unconcerned. "I was talking to my new friend." "Friend? What friend?" "There's no one here, Cindy." I looked around, scanning the surrounding trees. "They're gone now," she said, still smiling. "But they told me something important. They warned me about the man in the red cave." A cold sensation spread across the back of my neck. What man? What red cave? But Cindy just shrugged, taking my hand as though nothing unusual had occurred. As we walked back to the group, she began humming a tune I didn't recognize, swinging our joined hands. For the remainder of the hike, Cindy stayed unusually close to me, occasionally whispering comments about her friend and repeatedly mentioning the warning about the man in the red cave. Each time she said it, the hairs on my arms stood on end. I tried to dismiss it as the product of an overactive imagination. Perhaps she'd fallen asleep during our ghost stories and had a vivid dream, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in the forest around us, like reality had briefly thinned, allowing something else to seep through. That night, I lay awake in my sleeping bag, listening to the gentle breathing of the girls and the occasional hoot of an owl. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Cindy's unsettling smile and heard her words about the man in the red cave. The logical part of my brain offered rational explanations. She'd become momentarily disoriented, wandered off, and invented a story to avoid getting in trouble. Children do this all the time. But another part of me, a primitive part that responds to shadows and unexplained sounds, wouldn't accept this explanation. Cindy had changed after her brief disappearance. The normally reserved girl had become talkative, almost manic, and there was something in her eyes that hadn't been there before, a knowing look that seemed out of place on a child's face. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I awoke to Rebecca shaking my shoulder. It was morning, and the campsite was already bustling with activity. I helped prepare breakfast, moving mechanically through the familiar routines while keeping one eye on Cindy. She seemed normal again, quiet and slightly withdrawn, playing with her food rather than eating it. When I had a moment alone with her, I gently asked about what had happened the previous day. She looked at me blankly. "What do you mean?" she asked, genuinely confused. "You wandered off during the hike yesterday," I reminded her. "You said someone warned you about a man in a red cave." Cindy frowned, shaking her head. "I don't remember that," she said, and her confusion seemed authentic. I didn't push it. The remainder of the camping trip proceeded without incident, and by Sunday afternoon, we were packing up to return home. As we loaded the last of the gear into the vans, I found myself scanning the tree line, half expecting to see someone watching us. But there was nothing, just the wind stirring the leaves and the distant call of birds. For weeks afterward, I found myself thinking about the incident. I researched the Greenvale Forest area, looking for any references to a red cave or any historical incidents that might explain Cindy's warning. I found nothing conclusive, just vague mentions in local forums about hikers occasionally feeling watched in certain areas of the forest. One post mentioned a geological formation with iron-rich soil that gave the surrounding rock a reddish tint, but it was miles from our campsite. As months passed, the memory began to fade. I reasoned that Cindy had simply experienced a brief episode of confusion, perhaps triggered by dehydration or low blood sugar. I continued my volunteer work with the Girl Scouts, leading other camping trips to different locations without incident. But I never suggested returning to Greenvale Forest, and whenever I found myself in wooded areas, I couldn't help scanning the tree line, looking for movement that didn't belong, straining to hear voices that shouldn't be there. 5 years passed. I changed jobs, moved to a different part of the city, dated unsuccessfully, and continued volunteering. The incident with Cindy became a strange anecdote I occasionally considered sharing at campfires before thinking better of it. Until 2022, when circumstances brought me back to Greenvale Forest. The decision to return to Greenvale wasn't mine. The troop had a new leader, Valerie, who had selected the location based on its facilities and proximity to the city. When I saw the itinerary, my stomach tightened instinctively, but I couldn't articulate a logical reason to change venues. What would I say? 5 years ago, a girl wandered off and came back talking about a man in a red cave. It sounded ridiculous even to me. So I found myself loading camping gear into vans on a Friday afternoon in June, trying to ignore the apprehension building in my chest. It's just a forest, I told myself. One of the most popular camping spots in the state. Thousands of people visit annually without incident. Yet as we drove through the entrance gates, the tall pines looming on either side of the dirt road, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest recognized me, that it had been waiting for my return. We were assigned a different campsite than before, but the general area was the same. As we set up tents and organized supplies, I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning the trees for what? I didn't know. When one of the girls asked why I seemed nervous, I forced a smile and blamed it on forgetting to pack enough socks. That first day passed uneventfully. We hiked a different trail than the one where Cindy had disappeared, ate dinner, and gathered around the campfire for stories and songs. I began to relax, thinking perhaps my anxiety was unfounded. The forest was just a forest, ancient and indifferent to our presence. As night fell and the girls retired to their tents, I volunteered for the first watch. It was standard practice to have at least one adult awake at all times during overnight trips. I sat by the dying embers of the fire, a thermos of coffee beside me, listening to the night sounds of the forest. The moon was nearly full, casting silvery light through the gaps in the canopy and creating pools of brightness on the forest floor. In the distance, an owl called, its voice carrying clearly in the still air. I checked my watch. 11:42 p.m. My shift would end at 2 a.m. when Valerie would take over. I must have dozed off because I jerked awake suddenly, disoriented. The fire had died completely, and the temperature had dropped. I checked my watch, 1:17 a.m. Something had woken me, but I wasn't sure what. Then I heard it, the soft crunch of footsteps on pine needles. I turned, expecting to see Valerie coming to relieve me early, but instead saw a small figure moving between the tents. One of the girls was awake and walking around the campsite. I recognized her as Isabel, an 8-year-old on her first overnight trip. "Isabel," I called softly, not wanting to wake the others. "What are you doing up?" She turned toward me, and in the moonlight, I could see her expression was vacant, her eyes unfocused as though sleepwalking. I approached her carefully, knowing it could be dangerous to startle a sleepwalker. "Isabel, honey, you should be in bed," I said gently, reaching for her hand. She looked at me then, and her eyes suddenly focused. "I can't sleep," she said, her voice small but clear. "Are you not feeling well?" I asked, kneeling to her level. "I keep having bad dreams," she replied, rubbing her eyes. "My friend keeps waking me up." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "Your friend?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Do you mean one of the other girls?" She shook her head. "No, my new friend. The one who whispers when everyone's asleep." My throat constricted. "What does your friend whisper about, Isabel?" "They say I need to go see the man in the red cave." The words hit me like a physical blow. For a moment I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The exact phrase Cindy had used 5 years earlier, spoken by a different child who hadn't even been present during the first incident. "Who is this friend, Isabel?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. She frowned, struggling to articulate something beyond her vocabulary. "They're everywhere," she finally said. "In the trees, in the ground. They talk when no one's listening." I took her hand, which felt cold, despite the mild night. "Let's get you back to bed," I said, guiding her toward her tent. "And if your friend tries to wake you again, you tell them you need to sleep." Once Isabel was settled back in her sleeping bag, I returned to my post by the dead fire, fully alert now. The forest around us suddenly seemed alive with malevolent intent, the darkness between the trees deeper than it should have been. I imagined countless unseen presences watching from the shadows, waiting for us to lower our guard. I didn't sleep again that night, not even after Valerie relieved me. I lay in my tent, eyes wide open, listening for whispers, for movement, for anything that might confirm the growing suspicion that something in this forest was targeting our girls. By morning, I had convinced myself that Isabel had simply overheard someone talking about the Cindy incident from years ago. Perhaps one of the older volunteers had mentioned it, and Isabel's dream had incorporated the detail. It was the only rational explanation. But I knew, with a certainty that defied reason, that I would never return to Greenvale Forest after this trip. And I would do everything in my power to ensure that no Girl Scout troop ever camped here again. The second day of the camping trip unfolded with forced normalcy. I went through the motions of helping with breakfast, organizing activities, and maintaining a cheerful demeanor for the girls. Inside, however, my mind was racing, connecting dots between Cindy's experience 5 years ago and Isabel's disturbing comments the night before. During a nature identification exercise, I pulled Valerie aside. "Have you noticed anything strange about Isabel today?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Valerie frowned. "Now that you mention it, she's been unusually quiet. Is something wrong?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound paranoid. "She was sleepwalking last night, mentioned having bad dreams." "First time away from home," Valerie said with a shrug. "It happens. We'll keep an eye on her." I wanted to tell her more, about Cindy, about the man in the red cave, but the words died in my throat. Without context, it would sound like I was overreacting to a child's nightmare. Instead, I nodded and returned to the group, positioning myself near Isabel. The girl seemed normal during daylight hours, participating in activities and eating meals, though with less enthusiasm than the day before. Occasionally, I caught her staring into the forest, her head tilted slightly as though listening. Each time I approached her, breaking her concentration, and she would smile at me with no indication that anything was amiss. That evening, as we prepared dinner, I overheard two of the older girls talking in hushed tones. "Did you hear it last night?" one asked. "Hear what?" replied the other. The whispering, it sounded like it was coming from right outside the tent. Probably just the wind. It wasn't the wind, it was saying words. I couldn't understand them, but they were definitely words. I interrupted, perhaps too abruptly. What's this about whispering? The girls looked startled. The first one, Julia, shrugged uncomfortably. It's nothing. Just thought I heard something last night. What kind of something? I pressed. Like whispering, probably just the trees or something. I nodded, not wanting to alarm them, but inwardly my concern deepened. First Cindy, then Isabel, now Julia. 3 separate individuals experiencing similar phenomena in the same location. This couldn't be coincidence. That night I volunteered for the midnight to dawn watch shift, determined to stay alert for any unusual activity. Armed with a powerful flashlight and a thermos of strong coffee, I positioned myself where I could observe all the tents, while maintaining a view of the surrounding forest. The night was overcast, the moon only occasionally breaking through the cloud cover. The resulting alternation between deep shadow and silvery illumination created a disorienting effect, the forest seeming to shift and move with each change in lighting. The usual night sounds, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, the soft hooting of owls, took on an ominous quality in the intermittent darkness. Around 2:30 a.m. I heard it, a sound so faint I might have missed it if I hadn't been listening intently. A whispering, not from any particular direction, but seeming to emanate from the forest itself. It wasn't the wind. The air was still, and it had a cadence, a rhythm that suggested language rather than natural sound. I stood, sweeping my flashlight beam in a slow arc around the perimeter of our campsite. The light caught nothing unusual, just trees, underbrush, the ordinary features of a forest at night. Yet the whispering continued, now seeming to come from behind me. I turned quickly, but again saw nothing. The sound was maddening, clearly audible, yet impossible to locate. I began to doubt my senses, wondering if lack of sleep was causing auditory hallucinations. But then I noticed movement near one of the tents. The entrance flap was opening. Isabel emerged, her movements fluid and purposeful, unlike the shuffling gait of a sleepwalker. She was fully dressed, including her hiking boots, and carried her small backpack. Without hesitation, she began walking toward the forest edge, away from the marked trails. I called her name softly, not wanting to wake the entire camp. She didn't respond or acknowledge me in any way. I hurried after her, reaching her just as she was about to step beyond the clearing into the dense underbrush. "Isabel," I said firmly, grasping her shoulder, "where are you going?" She turned to me, and in the beam of my flashlight, I could see that her eyes were wide open but vacant, as though she were looking at something far beyond me. "I have to go," she said, her voice flat and emotionless. "They're waiting." "Who's waiting, Isabel?" I asked, maintaining my grip on her shoulder. "The friends. They need to show me the Red Cave. They say it's important." My heart seemed to stutter. "You can't go into the forest at night, Isabel. It's dangerous." For the first time, emotion crossed her face, frustration bordering on anger. "But I have to. They said I'm the only one who can stop him." "Stop who?" "The man in the Red Cave." She spoke as though explaining something obvious to someone very slow. "He's doing bad things. They need me to see." I knelt before her, gripping both her shoulders now, forcing her to look directly at me. "Isabel, listen to me. These friends, can you describe them? What do they look like?" She frowned, considering. "They don't look like anything. They're just voices. They come from the trees, from the ground. They say they've been here forever, watching." "And what do they say about this man?" Her expression darkened. "That he hurts people, that he's been hurting people for a long time, and that he'll hurt more unless someone stops him." A chill pervaded me despite the mild night air. "Isabel, I need you to go back to your tent now. These friends, they're not real. They're just dreams." "They are real," she insisted, a sudden intensity in her voice. "And they've been trying to tell people for years, but no one listens." Her eyes focused on mine with unnerving clarity. "They told me about you. They said you heard them before, but you didn't listen either. I stared at her, speechless. The implication that whatever was communicating with Isabel knew about my previous experience with Cindy was too disturbing to process. Before I could formulate a response, Valerie emerged from her tent, rubbing her eyes. "Everything okay?" she called softly. "I thought I heard voices." I quickly composed myself. "Isabel was sleepwalking again. I'm just taking her back to her tent." Valerie nodded, too groggy to question further, and retreated to her tent. I guided Isabel back to her sleeping bag, ensuring she was settled before returning to my post. For the remainder of the night, I heard no more whispering, but the silence felt expectant, as though the forest were holding its breath, waiting. As dawn broke, I made a decision. We needed to leave Greenvale, today, not tomorrow as planned. I just needed a plausible reason that wouldn't cause panic or make me sound unhinged. After breakfast, I approached Valerie with fabricated concerns about an incoming storm system. I had checked the weather forecast on my phone, straining for signal at the highest point of the campsite, and claimed that severe thunderstorms were predicted for the evening. It wasn't entirely untrue. There was a 30% chance of rain, but I exaggerated the severity considerably. Valerie was reluctant at first. "The girls will be so disappointed if we cut the trip short." "Better disappointed than endangered," I countered. "Some of these trees are over 100 feet tall, not somewhere you want to be during a lightning storm." Eventually, she conceded, and we announced to the girls that we would be packing up after lunch. There were groans of protest, but the prospect of a thunderstorm dampened arguments. As we began breaking down the campsite, I kept Isabel close to me, volunteering her to help with my tasks. "Isabel," I said casually as we folded a tent, "those friends you mentioned last night, have they spoken to you before this trip?" She shook her head. "Only since we came to the forest." "And have they told you where this red cave is?" She nodded, pointing toward the densest part of the forest, away from any marked trails. "That way. They say it's not far, but it's hidden. People walk right past it all the time." I swallowed hard. "Have they told you anything else about the man, like who he is or what he's done?" Isabel's expression became troubled. "They say he's been here a long time, that he takes people." She lowered her voice to a whisper. "They say there are bodies in the cave. Lots of bodies." A wave of nausea swept through me. If this were just a child's imagination, it was remarkably dark for an 8-year-old. And if it wasn't imagination, if there was some truth to what these voices were communicating, then we were dealing with something far more sinister than forest spirits. "Isabel, this is very important," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Have these friends asked you to go to the cave alone?" She nodded solemnly. "They said I need to see for myself, that grown-ups won't believe without proof." "And what were you supposed to do once you found the cave?" "Look inside, see the evidence, then tell someone who would listen." I felt cold, despite the warming day. "Promise me something, Isabel. Promise you won't try to find this cave or listen if these friends call to you again. It could be dangerous." She studied me with surprising intensity for a child her age. "You're afraid," she stated. "Yes," I admitted. "I am." "The friends said you would be. They said that's why you didn't listen last time." I had no response to that. We continued packing in silence, and by mid-afternoon, we were loading the vans, preparing to leave Greenvale behind. As I helped secure the last of the gear, I noticed Isabel standing at the edge of the parking area, staring into the forest, her head tilted in that now familiar listening pose. I hurried over to her. "Isabel, time to go." She didn't move. "They're saying goodbye," she said, "and they're saying thank you." "For what?" She turned to me, her expression solemn. "For believing this time." Before I could respond, Valerie called for final head count. I guided Isabel to the van, helping her buckle in. As we drove away from Greenvale Forest, I watched through the rear window as the trees receded, a deep sense of unease lingering even as the distance between us and the forest grew. That night, after ensuring all the girls had been safely returned to their families, I sat at my computer, hesitating only briefly before typing, Greenvale Forest missing persons into the search bar. The results were unsettling. Over the past 50 years, 7 people had gone missing in or near Greenvale. Most were hikers who had ventured off trail, and investigations concluded they had likely become disoriented and succumbed to exposure or injury. But bodies had never been recovered. In each case, extensive searches had yielded nothing. No equipment, no clothing, no remains. It was as though the missing had simply vanished into the forest. 2 cases involved children, a 13-year-old boy in 1983 and a 9-year-old girl in 1997. Both had been camping with families when they disappeared from their campsites overnight. In the girl's case, search dogs had followed her scent to a specific area of the forest before losing the trail completely. The location was approximately half a mile from where our troop had been camping. I deepened my research, looking into local history and geological surveys of the area. Greenvale's documented history went back to the 1800s, when it was part of logging operations. Before that, it had been within the territory of indigenous peoples, namely the Abenaki tribe. One scholarly article mentioned Abenaki legends about certain forests containing thin places, locations where the boundary between the physical world and the spirit world was less defined. These places were considered neither good nor evil inherently, but dangerous to the unwary. The article specifically mentioned Greenvale Forest as a location that featured in such legends. Most unsettling was a small news item from 2001, buried in local archives. A hiker had reported finding what appeared to be a small cave entrance in Greenvale, partially obscured by vegetation. The interior walls had a distinctive reddish tint due to iron oxide deposits. According to the report, the hiker had observed what looked like scratch marks on the inner walls, but had not ventured far inside due to the narrow entrance. When forest rangers investigated, they couldn't locate the cave based on the hiker's directions. I sat back, processing this information. A red cave that officially didn't exist, multiple disappearances over decades, indigenous legends about thin places, and now 2 separate children, 5 years apart, hearing voices warning them about the man in the red cave. My rational mind insisted there must be a logical explanation. Perhaps Isabel had overheard someone talking about Greenvale's history or previous disappearances. Maybe there was a local urban legend about a red cave that had permeated camping culture, passing from child to child like a game of telephone. But another part of me, the part that had felt the forest watching, that had heard the whispering, believed that something genuine and inexplicable was occurring in Greenvale, that the forest itself, or something within it, was trying to communicate. And if that was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I slept poorly that night, my dreams filled with whispering trees and hidden caves. I woke before dawn, my mind made up. I couldn't ignore this, couldn't dismiss it as imagination or coincidence. There were too many connections, too many similar elements across separate incidents. If something was happening in Greenvale Forest, something that had resulted in disappearances spanning decades, I had a responsibility to investigate. Not alone, and not without precautions, but I couldn't simply walk away. I called in sick to work and contacted a former Girl Scout from my early days as a volunteer, Joanna, now a police officer with the county sheriff's department. We had maintained a casual friendship over the years, meeting occasionally for coffee. I asked if she could meet me that morning, saying I needed her professional perspective on something sensitive. We met at a quiet cafe downtown. After some initial small talk, I laid out everything: Cindy's disappearance and strange behavior in 2017, Isabel's similar experience 5 days ago, the historical disappearances in Greenvale, and the mentions of a red cave that officially didn't exist. Joanna listened without interruption, her expression growing increasingly serious. When I finished, she sat back, tapping her fingers thoughtfully on the table. "First," she said, "I appreciate you bringing this to me rather than trying to investigate on your own. That would be dangerous regardless of whether there's something supernatural going on or something more conventional." Conventional? I echoed. Think about it, she said, leaning forward. If we set aside the voices from the forest aspect, what are we left with? Possible evidence of a location where multiple people have disappeared over decades, a hidden cave that might contain human remains, and 2 children who, for whatever reason, received some kind of warning about a dangerous man associated with this cave. Put that way, it sounded less like a supernatural mystery and more like a potential crime scene. You think there could be a real person behind this? A serial killer using Greenvale as a hunting ground? Joanna shrugged. It's one possibility. Remote areas with transient populations, hikers, campers, have historically been attractive to predators. The Green River Killer operated in wilderness areas, as did Israel Keys. But what about the voices, the warnings? How would children know about this unless something or someone was telling them? Children are perceptive in ways adults often aren't, Joanna said. They pick up on subtleties, on atmosphere. If there is someone dangerous operating in that forest, maybe they sensed something adults would rationalize away. I wasn't entirely convinced, but Joanna's perspective offered a framework for action. So what do we do? We? She raised an eyebrow. I'm involved in this, Joanna. I've witnessed it firsthand, twice. I can't just walk away. She studied me for a long moment, then nodded. All right. I'll make some inquiries, look into those missing persons cases more thoroughly. I'll also see about organizing a search of the area Isabel pointed toward. But, she held up a warning finger. This needs to be done properly, through official channels. No amateur sleuthing, understood? I agreed, though with some reservation. Official investigations moved slowly, and I couldn't shake the feeling that time was somehow important. Nevertheless, I provided Joanna with all the information I had gathered, including the approximate location where Isabel had indicated the cave might be found. For the next week, I waited anxiously for news. I called Joanna daily, receiving brief updates that amounted to bureaucratic delays and procedural hurdles. She had initiated a formal review of the missing persons cases connected to Greenvale, but assembling a search team required justification, resources, and approvals. Meanwhile, I continued my own research, careful to avoid any actual visits to Greenvale. I found more historical references to disappearances in the area, dating back to the early 1900s. Most intriguing was an interview with an elderly Abenaki man from 1972, archived in a university's anthropology department. He spoke of a place in the forest where the Hungry One lived, an entity that was neither human nor spirit, but something in between. According to the account, this being lured people into a hidden dwelling, never to be seen again. 10 days after our meeting, Joanna called. We're going in tomorrow, she said without preamble. I've been approved for a small search team, ostensibly to look for evidence related to the 1997 disappearance, but really to check out this area you and Isabel identified. I'm coming with you, I said immediately. Absolutely not. This is an official operation. Joanna, I know that area better than most of your officers. I've been camping there for years, and I've seen both children who received warnings. I might notice things others would miss. There was a long silence. You'll stay with me at all times, she finally said, and you'll follow every instruction without question. Clear? Clear, I agreed, relief washing through me. I needed to see this through, to confirm or disprove what I had begun to suspect, that something ancient and malevolent dwelled in Greenvale Forest and had been preying on visitors for generations. The next morning dawned overcast and cool, the sky a uniform gray that threatened rain. I met Joanna and 3 other officers at the Greenvale Forest Ranger Station. They were dressed in tactical gear, wearing utility belts with firearms, radios, and other equipment. I felt conspicuously civilian in my hiking clothes and backpack. The team leader, Sergeant Weber, briefed us on the operation. We would hike to the approximate location identified in my research, conduct a thorough search of the area, and document any findings. If we discovered anything requiring forensic investigation, we would secure the site and call for additional resources. As we set out, following a little-used maintenance trail, I found myself scanning the forest constantly, alert for any unusual sounds or movements. But the woods seemed ordinary in daylight, peaceful, even beautiful, with no hint of the eerie quality I had experienced during nighttime hours. After about 40 minutes of hiking, we left the trail, using GPS coordinates to navigate toward the area Isabel had indicated. The terrain became increasingly difficult: dense underbrush, fallen trees, and slippery slopes requiring careful navigation. The forest here was older, the trees larger and more widely spaced, with a thick canopy that created a perpetual twilight beneath. As we progressed, I noticed the officers growing tense, their hands drifting more frequently to their weapons. They were experienced professionals trained to detect threats, and something about this section of forest was triggering their instincts. "You feel it too, don't you?" I murmured to Joanna, who walked beside me. She nodded almost imperceptibly. "Something's not right here. The acoustics, maybe. Sounds don't carry normally." She was correct. Despite 5 people moving through underbrush, our sounds seemed muffled, contained within a small radius around each of us. Even our voices didn't project as they should have. We reached a small clearing dominated by a massive oak tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. The officers spread out in a search pattern, methodically examining the surrounding area. I stayed near the oak, studying its unusual shape. The trunk split near the ground, creating a natural archway partially obscured by ferns and moss. "Joanna," I called softly, "look at this." She approached, crouching beside me to examine the opening. "Could be an animal den," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. I pointed to marks on the inner surface of the arch, linear grooves that couldn't have been created by natural processes. "Those look like tool marks." Joanna activated her radio, calling the other officers to our position. As they gathered, she directed her flashlight into the opening. The beam illuminated a narrow passage extending downward at a steep angle. The walls gleamed damp and reddish in the light. "Iron oxide deposits," one of the officers commented. "Gives it that red color. The Red Cave." We had found it. Sergeant Weber made a quick decision. "Peters, radio for backup and forensics. Tell them we've found a potential site of interest." He turned to Joanna and another officer. "We'll conduct an initial assessment, document the entrance, and secure the perimeter. No one goes inside until backup arrives." I should have been relieved. We had found what we came for, and professionals would handle the investigation from here. But something felt unfinished, urgent. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, not even the whisper of wind through leaves. While the officers busied themselves with equipment and radio calls, I found myself drawn to the oak tree. Placing my palm against its rough bark, I closed my eyes, feeling oddly compelled to establish some kind of connection. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, so faintly I might have imagined it, I heard whispering, not in my ears but directly in my mind. Fragmented phrases, urgent warnings: beware, still here, hungry, must see, must understand, show them, evidence. I opened my eyes, disoriented. The voices, if they were voices and not my imagination, seemed to be urging me toward the cave entrance, urging me to look, to witness, to gather evidence before it was too late. I glanced at the officers. They were preoccupied with establishing a perimeter, their attention directed outward. The cave entrance gaped before me, unguarded for this brief moment. What I did next was reckless, potentially dangerous, and definitely against my promise to Joanna. I dropped to my hands and knees and crawled into the opening. The passage was narrow but navigable, descending at a steep angle into darkness. The walls were indeed reddish, slick with moisture, and marked with those strange linear grooves that became more numerous as I progressed. My small tactical flashlight provided limited illumination, but enough to avoid obstacles. After approximately 20 feet, the passage widened into a small chamber. The air was stale, carrying a musty metallic odor that made me gag slightly. My flashlight beam caught reflective surfaces along the walls, objects embedded in the reddish clay. I moved closer, directing the light more precisely, and felt my heart stutter. Bones, human bones protruding from the walls. And not just bones, personal effects. A wristwatch, a torn backpack, a child's shoe. Horror rising in my throat, I swept the light around the chamber. The remains appeared to be arranged in a deliberate pattern, not simply buried or discarded. Some were partially exposed, others barely visible beneath the surface of the clay. Most disturbing were the scratch marks, hundreds of them covering every surface, as though the victims had tried desperately to claw their way out. As my light reached the far side of the chamber, it illuminated something that didn't belong with the older remains, something recent. A small notebook with a familiar cover. I recognized it immediately as the nature journal we had distributed to the Girl Scouts on our most recent trip. Opening it with trembling hands, I found Isabel's name printed carefully on the first page. But Isabel hadn't disappeared. She had returned safely with us. How had her notebook ended up here? Unless this was what the voices had wanted me to find. Evidence. Proof. A sound behind me, scraping like something heavy being dragged across stone. I whirled, directing my flashlight toward the passage I had entered through. A shadow moved within the tunnel, larger than a human should have been in that confined space, flowing like liquid darkness. Panic seized me. I pressed myself against the chamber wall, searching desperately for another exit, but found none. The scratches on the walls took on new significance, the futile efforts of those who had found themselves trapped, just as I was now. The shadow continued to advance, now accompanied by a low, wet sound that might have been breathing. My flashlight beam seemed to pass through it rather than illuminate it, revealing only glimpses of a form that refused to resolve into anything recognizable. In that moment of absolute terror, with death seemingly inevitable, the whispering returned, louder now, almost deafening in its intensity. Not yours. Protected. Go back. The shadow hesitated, then recoiled, as though struck. The whispering continued, words and languages I didn't recognize joining the chorus, rising to a crescendo that seemed to make the very air vibrate. The shadow retreated further, writhing in apparent distress. I remained frozen, unsure if I was witnessing a conflict between opposing supernatural forces or experiencing a stress-induced hallucination. The shadow receded completely, and the whispering subsided to a gentle murmur. Go now, tell. Stop him. I didn't need further prompting. Clutching Isabel's notebook, I scrambled back into the passage, crawling frantically toward the entrance. Behind me, the shadow seemed to gather itself for another advance, but the whispering surged again, holding it at bay. I emerged from the cave entrance gasping, immediately confronted by Joanna and Sergeant Weber, their expressions a mixture of anger and concern. What the hell were you thinking? Joanna demanded, gripping my arm painfully. Evidence, I gasped, holding out the notebook. Isabel's. And bodies. There are bodies in there. Dozens of them. Weber grabbed the notebook, examining it with narrowed eyes. How is this possible? The girl is safe at home. I don't know, I admitted. But it's proof. Something is happening here. Something that's been happening for decades. Before they could respond, a low rumbling sound emanated from the cave entrance. The ground beneath us trembled slightly, and a cloud of dust billowed from the opening. When it cleared, the entrance had collapsed, sealed by fallen earth and rocks. Sergeant Weber immediately ordered everyone back, concerned about further collapses. As we retreated to a safe distance, I described what I had seen inside the cave. The remains, the personal effects, the scratch marks. Joanna took notes, her expression growing grimmer with each detail. And you're saying something was in there with you? She asked. Something alive? I hesitated. How could I describe what I had seen, what I had felt, without sounding delusional? I'm not sure alive is the right word, but yes, there was a presence. And something else, the voices, the whispering. They protected me. Voices, Weber repeated flatly. The same ones that warned Cindy and Isabel, I insisted. They're trying to stop whatever is happening here. They've been trying for years. Joanna and Weber exchanged looks, and I recognized the skepticism in their expressions. But they had Isabel's notebook, tangible evidence that something inexplicable had occurred. And once they excavated the collapsed cave entrance, they would find the remains, confirming at least part of my account. We hiked back to the ranger station in silence, my mind racing. I had glimpsed something beyond normal understanding, a predator that had hunted in Greenvale for generations, and entities of some kind that opposed it. I had been allowed to see, to gather evidence, because they needed human help to end the cycle of disappearances. At the ranger station, Weber initiated protocols for a major crime scene investigation. Additional personnel were called in, including forensic experts and equipment for excavation. I provided a formal statement, carefully recounting what I had observed inside the cave while omitting the more supernatural elements that would undermine my credibility. As night fell, Joanna drove me home, both of us quiet and contemplative. Before I exited her car, she turned to me with a serious expression. "I don't know what's happening in that forest," she said, "and I'm not sure I want to know. But we'll investigate thoroughly. I promise you that." I nodded, grateful for her commitment. "The voices," I said hesitantly. "They've been trying to warn people for years. Children like Cindy and Isabel could hear them when adults couldn't. Maybe they finally found someone who would listen." Joanna didn't respond directly, but her expression softened slightly. "Get some rest. I'll call you when we know more." I watched her drive away, then entered my empty apartment. Sleep would be impossible, I knew. My mind was too full of red caves and whispering trees and shadowy predators. But for the first time since I had returned from Greenvale, I felt a measure of peace. Whatever had been happening in that forest for generations, it would happen no more. The evidence would be found, the remains identified, the families given closure. And perhaps in some way I couldn't fully comprehend, the voices would finally rest, their long vigil ended. 6 months have passed since that day in Greenvale Forest. The investigation continues, proceeding with the meticulous pace of all major forensic operations. The cave entrance was excavated 3 weeks after our discovery, revealing exactly what I had described, a chamber containing human remains spanning decades. 23 sets of remains have been recovered so far, with forensic anthropologists working to identify each victim. DNA analysis has already confirmed connections to several of the historical disappearances, including the 13-year-old boy from 1983 and the 9-year-old girl from 1997. Isabel's notebook remains unexplained, a temporal anomaly that scientists prefer to attribute to someone planting it rather than accept more supernatural explanations. As for what, or who, was responsible for the deaths, the investigation has focused on a former park ranger named Joseph Whitmore, who worked at Greenvale from 1978 to 2001. Records show he lived in an isolated cabin near the area where we found the cave. After his retirement, he disappeared, supposedly moving to Arizona, but no records of his existence can be found after 2001. Investigators are pursuing the theory that Whitmore was a serial killer who used his knowledge of the forest to abduct and murder visitors, then concealed their remains in the cave. It's a tidy explanation, fitting the evidence while avoiding uncomfortable questions about whispering forests and shadowy entities. I've accepted it publicly, nodding along during briefings and interviews, providing details that support the narrative. But privately, I know there was something more in that forest, something older and more malevolent than a human killer, something that had hunted long before Joseph Whitmore arrived and might have continued hunting long after he departed. I believe that Whitmore may have been influenced by this entity, perhaps possessed by it, becoming its instrument in the physical world, and I believe that the forest itself, or spirits within it, had been trying to end the killings for generations, using the only means available, reaching out to minds open enough to hear them, trying to guide someone to the evidence that would expose the truth. I haven't returned to Greenvale Forest. The area around the cave remains cordoned off as an active crime scene, and my presence would only complicate the investigation. But sometimes, on quiet nights, when the wind moves through the trees outside my window, I think I hear whispering. Faint, almost imperceptible, but carrying a sense of gratitude. I've continued my work with the Girl Scouts, finding healing and guiding young women through experiences that build confidence and resilience. I've become particularly attentive to the quiet ones, the dreamers who stare into the distance as though listening to voices others can't hear. They're the sensitive ones, the ones who might sense truths hidden from the rest of us. Cindy graduated high school this year. She has no memory of her strange experience in the forest, or at least claims not to. Isabel has become more outgoing since our camping trip, showing an interest in nature and conservation that her parents attribute to her Girl Scout activities. Neither girl knows about the investigation, the cave, or the recovered remains. I hope they never need to. As for me, I've developed a more nuanced relationship with fear. I no longer see it as something to be avoided, but as a warning system that sometimes detects threats beyond our rational understanding. The forest taught me that there are thin places in the world where different realities brush against each other, places where ancient forces still move, still communicate with those willing to listen. I don't speak of this publicly. The official explanation satisfies the authorities and comforts the families of the victims. A human killer, no matter how monstrous, is comprehensible in a way that older, stranger threats are not. We can analyze his methods, understand his motivations, ultimately reduce him to something manageable within our worldview. But I know what I experienced in that red cave. I know what saved me when death seemed certain. And I know that when I walk through forests now, I listen more carefully to the whispers among the trees, attentive to warnings that might come from places beyond ordinary understanding. Some nights I dream of that massive oak tree with its twisted trunk and natural archway. In the dreams, I place my hand against its bark and feel the slow, steady pulse of something ancient and watchful. And I hear words, clear as spoken language. Thank you for listening, for seeing, for stopping. I always wake from these dreams with a profound sense of peace, knowing that sometimes the most important role we can play is simply to bear witness, to acknowledge truths others cannot or will not see, and to act on that knowledge with courage and conviction. The Red Cave is sealed now, its secrets exposed to light after decades of darkness. Whatever hunted in Greenvale Forest hunts no more. But the whispers continue, carried on the wind, reminding us that we are never truly alone in this world, that eyes watch and voices speak from the liminal spaces between what we know and what we sense. And sometimes, if we listen carefully enough, they guide us toward truths that might otherwise remain hidden forever. Forest Service Search and Rescue Incident Report, 247-09 date filed, September 17, 2009. Reporting Officer, Walker Green status, unresolved. The official report doesn't tell the whole story. It never could. Some truths are too disturbing for government documents, too inexplicable for the sanitized language of bureaucracy. What follows is my personal account of what really happened at Redwater Creek. My name is Walker Green, and this happened to me on September 17, 2009. I was working as a search and rescue officer in the thick forests of northern Idaho. This job had its fair share of strange encounters, but nothing could have prepared me for what unfolded that week. I'd been doing this for nearly 10 years, navigating the dense woods and steep terrains, searching for lost hikers and missing persons. It's a job that requires a lot of patience and sometimes a strong stomach. The Panhandle National Forest can be beautiful and serene in daylight, but when darkness falls, it transforms into something primordial. The old-growth pines creak in the wind like arthritic joints. The underbrush rustles with unseen creatures. It's a place where you're constantly reminded of how small and vulnerable humans truly are. That particular Thursday began like many others. I'd completed my morning patrol and was updating missing persons reports at the ranger station when the call came in. The static-filled transmission came from one of our outpost checkpoints. A man had emerged from the wilderness frantic and alone, claiming his camping partner had vanished. "He's completely rattled," said the ranger on the radio. "Says something took his friend 3 nights ago. You might want to bring a medic. This guy's in rough shape." I gathered my equipment: GPS unit, first aid kit, flares, emergency rations, satellite phone, and my Glock 22. Standard issue for forest rangers, though I'd never had to use it against anything more threatening than a wounded animal. I checked the weather report: clear skies, temperatures dropping to the low 40s at night. Perfect conditions for a search. It was mid-afternoon when I reached the checkpoint and met the survivor, Eric Lundgren. He was in his mid-30s, bearded, and looked like he hadn't slept in days. His clothes were torn and he was covered in scratches. The medical officer had given him a sedative, but his hands still trembled as he clutched a paper cup of coffee. Eric kept muttering about something taking his friend, Jamie Westlake. Both men were experienced outdoorsmen from Spokane on what was supposed to be a week-long fishing and hiking trip. "Eric," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and steady, "I need you to tell me what happened out there." He took a deep breath, his hands shaking as he set down his coffee. "We were camping near Redwater Creek, about 15 miles in. Everything was fine until the 3rd night. We heard noises, like something big moving around our camp." "What kind of noises?" I asked, preparing my notepad. "Footsteps, too heavy for a deer, too deliberate for a bear." His voice cracked. "And whispering." I paused. "Whispering? Like someone talking just below their breath." We couldn't make out words, but it sounded almost human. "Jamie went to check it out and—" His eyes welled up. "He never came back?" I nodded, jotting down notes. "And you didn't see anything? No signs of what it might have been?" Eric shook his head, eyes wide with fear. "No, but I heard it. It wasn't an animal. It was something else." He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "I heard Jamie scream. Not like he was surprised or scared, like he was in agony. I called out to him, but there was just silence. Then I heard something dragging through the underbrush, something heavy." "Did you try to find him?" I was too scared to leave the tent. His face flushed with shame. "I just sat there, knife in hand, until morning. When dawn came, I searched the area. There was blood on some leaves, a trail leading deeper into the woods. I followed it for maybe half a mile, then what? I heard the whispering again. Right behind me. I ran. Didn't stop until I hit the trail. Took me 2 days to get back here." I finished my notes and studied Eric's face. He wasn't lying. At least he believed what he was saying. Whether something supernatural had occurred or a more mundane predator had attacked his friend, I couldn't say. But Jamie Westlake was still out there, and finding him was my job. I left Eric with the park rangers and gathered my gear. Redwater Creek was a remote area. Not many people ventured out that far. The dense forest and rugged terrain made it popular with experienced hikers seeking solitude, but it also made it a nightmare for search and rescue operations. I radioed for backup, but everyone was tied up with other searches. A family of 4 had gone missing near Eagle Ridge, and 2 climbers were stranded on the north face of Miller Peak. Resources were stretched thin. "You sure you want to go alone, Walker?" asked my supervisor, Chief Ranger Martinez. His weathered face creased with concern. "Jamie's been out there 3 days already," I replied. "If he's injured, every hour counts." Martinez nodded grimly. "Take the satellite phone. Check in every 4 hours. If we don't hear from you by tomorrow morning, we're sending in the National Guard." I set off around 4 p.m., hoping to reach the campsite before dark. The September sun was already beginning its descent, casting long shadows through the trees. I had about 3 hours of daylight left, not enough to conduct a thorough search, but enough to establish a base camp and prepare for a full operation at first light. As I hiked deeper into the forest, the trail gradually disappeared, overtaken by years of fallen leaves and new growth. The GPS coordinates Eric had provided guided me through increasingly wild terrain. The air grew cooler and damper as I descended into a ravine where Redwater Creek carved its path through the ancient forest. Something about the atmosphere changed as I neared the coordinates. The birdsong that had accompanied my journey gradually faded until the only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath my boots and the distant murmur of running water. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I reached the ridge overlooking the creek just as the last rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy. In the dying light, I could make out the remains of a campsite on a small clearing near the water's edge. Even from a distance, I could tell something violent had happened there. My radio crackled with static as I tried to check in with the ranger station. The signal wavered, then died completely. I was on my own now, in the gathering darkness, with only my instincts and training to guide me. And somewhere in the woods around me, Jamie Westlake, or whatever remained of him, was waiting to be found. The hike down to the creek was treacherous in the fading light. The trail was barely visible under the thick canopy of trees, with exposed roots and hidden holes threatening to twist an ankle with each step. The air was damp and heavy, carrying the metallic scent of the creek and something else, a faint, sour odor I couldn't immediately identify. I switched on my headlamp as darkness settled over the forest. In its narrow beam, the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The creek's gentle babbling, normally a soothing sound, now seemed somehow ominous, as if it were whispering secrets I couldn't quite hear. I reached the campsite just as the last hint of twilight disappeared below the horizon. It was a mess, worse than I'd anticipated. 2 tents had been erected in a small clearing about 20 feet from the water's edge. One remained partially standing, though its entrance flap had been torn away. The other was in shreds, the synthetic fabric ripped apart and scattered across the clearing like confetti. Their supplies were scattered everywhere. A cooler lay on its side, its contents, mostly canned goods and energy bars, spilled onto the ground. Fishing gear was tangled in a heap near a fallen log. A fire pit had been hastily put out, with half-burned logs still arranged in a circle. What struck me most was the absence of animal tracks. If a bear or mountain lion had ransacked the camp, there would be distinctive paw prints in the soft soil. Instead, the ground showed only boot impressions, presumably from Eric and Jamie, and something else. Near the destroyed tent, the earth was disturbed in a way I couldn't immediately interpret. Not quite footprints, but long parallel depressions, as if something heavy had been dragged across the ground. I set up a small perimeter with reflective markers and started looking for clues, methodically working my way outward from the center of the campsite. My training kicked in, pushing aside the unease that had settled in my stomach. In the beam of my flashlight, I found a wallet abandoned near the creek. The driver's license inside confirmed it belonged to James Jamie Westlake, 34, from Spokane. The photo showed a smiling man with a reddish beard and friendly eyes. I pocketed the wallet and continued my search. There were no obvious signs of a struggle beyond the destroyed campsite. No blood, no torn clothing, no personal items dropped in haste. It was as if Jamie had simply vanished, taken by the darkness itself. I radioed in my location and situation, getting only sporadic static in response. The mountains and dense forest were blocking the signal. I'd have to wait until morning and try from higher ground. With no immediate leads to follow in the darkness, I decided to set up camp and wait until morning to start a more thorough search. I chose a spot about 50 yards from the original campsite, close enough to maintain my search perimeter, but far enough away to avoid whatever had destroyed the tents. I didn't sleep much that night. The forest was unusually quiet. No owls hooting, no small creatures rustling in the underbrush. It was the kind of silence that feels oppressive, that makes your ears strain for any sound at all. Around midnight, that silence was broken. I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through the trees beyond my tent. Not the 4-footed gait of an animal, but something bipedal, with an odd, shuffling rhythm. Each step was punctuated by a soft thud, followed by a sliding sound, as if one foot was being dragged. I grabbed my flashlight and knife, moving quietly toward the sound. The beam of light swept across the trees, catching glimpses of movement, something large, shifting between the trunks about 30 yards away. Before I could get a good look, it was gone, leaving only swaying branches in its wake. "Jamie," I called out, knowing even as I spoke that no human could have moved that quickly through the dense forest. My voice echoed back to me, swallowed by the darkness. The footsteps had stopped. Whatever had been moving through the woods was now perfectly still, and somehow, that was more terrifying than its approach had been. I returned to my tent, gun now drawn, and sat with my back against a tree, watching the forest until the first pale light of dawn filtered through the branches. Only then did my tense muscles begin to relax. Morning brought no relief from the oppressive atmosphere. A thick mist had settled over the creek, turning the landscape into something dreamlike and indistinct. I packed my overnight gear and began a systematic search pattern, starting from the campsite and working outward in expanding circles. About an hour into my search, I found the first concrete clue: a torn piece of flannel shirt, matching the description of what Jamie had been wearing, hung from a thorny bush about 6 feet off the ground, too high for most animals to have carried it. I bagged the evidence and marked the location on my GPS. The forest grew denser as I moved away from the creek, old-growth pines giving way to twisted, moss-covered trees that seemed to grow in unnatural shapes. The ground became soft and boggy, my boots sinking slightly with each step. Then I saw it, a splash of red against the green and brown palette of the forest floor. Blood, dried and darkened, spattered across a fallen log. Beyond it, more drops led deeper into the woods, forming a macabre trail of breadcrumbs. I followed the blood, marking my path with fluorescent tape as I went. The trail led me about 2 miles downstream, where the creek narrowed and the water ran faster over smooth stones. The blood spatters became more frequent, culminating in a smeared handprint on the trunk of a massive pine. Beyond that tree was a dense thicket of blackberry bushes, their thorns forming a natural barrier. The blood trail led directly into this seemingly impenetrable wall of vegetation. My heart raced as I pushed through the brush, thorns catching on my clothing and scratching my exposed skin. The thicket was deeper than it appeared, and for a moment I feared I would become hopelessly entangled. Then suddenly, I broke through into a small clearing. The sight that greeted me there still haunts my nightmares. The clearing was unnaturally perfect, almost circular, about 30 feet in diameter, with unnaturally smooth ground. No underbrush grew here, just a carpet of pale, sickly-looking moss that seemed to glow faintly in the filtered sunlight. The trees surrounding this space were twisted, their trunks bent away from the clearing, as if recoiling from something at its center. And there, in the middle of this unnatural circle, was Jamie Westlake. His body was lying on the ground, arms and legs splayed outward like a grotesque parody of a snow angel. His eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of absolute terror, pupils dilated to the point that his eyes appeared black. His mouth was stretched in what must have been his final scream. But it was his chest that drew my horrified gaze. It had been torn open, ribs visible and splayed outward like the petals of some nightmarish flower. The cavity was empty, heart, lungs, and other organs completely removed. Yet there was surprisingly little blood on the ground beneath him, as if he had been drained elsewhere and placed here deliberately. Deep claw marks scored his arms and legs, not the random slashes of an animal attack, but precise, parallel lines that almost resembled writing in some alien script. This wasn't like any animal attack I'd ever seen. It was methodical, almost surgical in its precision. I'd seen bear attacks before. I'd found the remains of hikers who'd encountered mountain lions or fallen to their deaths from cliffs. This was something else entirely. Whatever had done this had intelligence behind its savagery, purpose beyond mere predation. I stepped closer, forcing my professional training to overcome my instinctive revulsion. I needed to document everything before disturbing the scene. I pulled out my camera and began taking photographs, careful to capture every detail of this grotesque tableau. As I circled the body, I noticed something strange about the moss surrounding Jamie. It seemed more vibrant, almost luminescent, in a rough circle around the corpse, as if it were feeding on something emanating from the remains. The air in the clearing was different too, heavier, with that same sour smell I'd noticed the previous day, now stronger and mixed with the metallic scent of blood. Each breath felt like drawing syrup into my lungs. I was so focused on documenting the scene that I almost missed the sound, a soft rustling from the edge of the clearing. I looked up and my blood froze in my veins. It was standing at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by the twisted trees, watching me. It was tall, at least 7 feet, covered in matted fur or hair that hung in long, tangled strands from its emaciated frame. Its limbs were too long, too jointed, bending in places where human limbs shouldn't bend. But it was its face, or what should have been its face, that turned my muscles to water. Where features should have been was instead a smooth, pale oval, with no discernible eyes, nose, or mouth. Yet somehow, I knew it was watching me, studying me with a cold intelligence that radiated malevolence. It didn't move, just stood there, a silent sentinel at the edge of its killing ground. I slowly reached for my gun, never taking my eyes off the creature. As my fingers closed around the grip, the thing tilted its featureless head, an almost curious gesture. Then, with a movement too quick for my eye to follow, it stepped backward into the dense forest and was gone, not running away, but simply ceasing to be there between one heartbeat and the next. I stood frozen, gun now drawn, but with nothing to aim at. My training screamed at me to collect evidence, to secure the scene, to radio for backup. But some deeper, more primal part of my brain had taken control, and it had only one directive: run. I slowly backed away, never turning my back to where the creature had been standing. Once I was out of the clearing, primitive instinct overwhelmed professional duty. I ran, crashed through the underbrush with no thought for direction or safety, driven by blind panic. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with each pounding step. My lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest, but I didn't slow until I burst out onto the main trail, nearly 5 miles from where I'd started. Only then did I stop, collapsing to my knees, gasping for breath. My hand was still clutching my gun so tightly that my fingers had gone numb. My radio had been lost somewhere during my frantic flight. I needed to report what I'd found, to bring a team back to recover Jamie's body and investigate what had killed him. But how could I explain what I'd seen? What would I say in my report? That Jamie Westlake had been eviscerated by some impossible creature from a nightmare? I gathered what remained of my composure and hiked back to my vehicle, constantly glancing over my shoulder, starting at every sound. The forest that had been my workplace for a decade now felt alien and hostile, hiding secrets I never wanted to uncover. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station. My appearance must have been alarming, clothes torn, face scratched by branches, eyes wild with fear. The other rangers gathered around as I reported everything: Jamie's body, the unnatural clearing, the creature. They looked at me with a mixture of concern and skepticism. Only Martinez, who had known me for years, seemed to consider that I might be telling the truth. "We'll send a team out first thing tomorrow," he said, placing a steadying hand on my shoulder. "Get some rest, Walker. You've had a hell of a day." I spent a restless night at the station, jumping at shadows, unable to close my eyes without seeing that featureless face watching me. Morning came, and with it a search party of 5 rangers, armed and equipped for recovery operations. I led them to the campsite first, which remained exactly as I'd left it. But when we reached the place where I'd found the blood trail, there was nothing. No dried blood, no handprint on the tree, no sign that anyone had passed this way. "It was right here," I insisted, growing more frustrated as we searched the area. The blood led through those blackberry bushes to a clearing. We pushed through the thicket, thorns catching on our clothes just as they had the day before. But on the other side was no clearing, just more forest, dense and undisturbed. "There's nothing here, Walker. said Martinez gently, as if speaking to someone unstable. No clearing, no body. I frantically checked my GPS coordinates, convinced we'd somehow taken a wrong turn. But the numbers matched my records from the previous day. This was the right place. The clearing, Jamie's body, the watching creature, all had vanished, as if they had never existed. The only evidence I had was Jamie's wallet and the torn piece of flannel shirt I'd found before discovering the blood trail. The photographs I'd taken of the body were gone, my camera showing only images of the campsite and empty forest. The official search continued for 3 more days before being called off. Jamie Westlake was officially listed as missing, presumed dead, another statistic in the annals of people who venture into the wilderness and never return. No one said it to my face, but I heard the whispers around the station. Walker had cracked under pressure. Walker had gotten lost and confused. Walker needed leave time, maybe counseling. Only Eric Lundgren seemed to believe me when I told him what I'd found and what I'd seen. He just nodded, his eyes hollow with the knowledge I now shared. "It's still out there," he said quietly. "It's waiting." 12 years have passed since what the Forest Service records call the Westlake disappearance. The official report is sterile and brief. Subject James Westlake, 34, disappeared during a camping trip in the Redwater Creek area. Search and rescue operations conducted over 4 days found no remains or conclusive evidence of subject's fate. Case classified as missing, presumed deceased due to exposure or animal predation. My own report was heavily edited before being submitted. All mentions of the clearing, the eviscerated body, and the watching creature were removed. Martinez called it a professional courtesy, keeping my record clean of what would surely be seen as delusions brought on by stress and isolation. I didn't fight it. Who would believe me? In the rational light of the ranger station, surrounded by maps and equipment and the comforting routines of search and rescue protocol, even I began to doubt what I'd seen. But at night, alone with my thoughts, I knew. The smooth, blank face watching from the trees, the unnatural positioning of Jamie's body, the precise, almost ritualistic nature of his wounds. These weren't hallucinations. They were memories etched into my mind with the acid of pure terror. Eric left town shortly after the search was called off. He sold his house in Spokane and moved, according to mutual acquaintances, to Arizona. Somewhere with no forests, he told them. I never saw him again, but occasionally I received postcards with no return address, just desert landscapes and a single line, "Still watching the shadows." I continued my work with the Forest Service for another 3 years, but something fundamental had changed. The woods that had once been my sanctuary became a place of dread. Every shadow concealed potential horrors. Every unexpected sound sent adrenaline coursing through my system. I requested transfers to increasingly populated areas, avoiding remote assignments when possible. My colleagues noticed the change, but attributed it to PTSD from years of difficult rescues and recoveries. In a way, they weren't wrong. Eventually, I left the service altogether, taking a job as a safety consultant for outdoor recreation companies. I told myself and others that it was for better pay, better hours, a chance to settle down. The truth was simpler and more shameful. I was afraid of the deep woods and what waited there. Over the years, I've collected stories, unofficial accounts from other rangers, search and rescue workers, and hikers who ventured near Redwater Creek. Most describe only vague unease, an oppressive silence, or the feeling of being watched. But a few tell of glimpsed movements, of strange clearings that appear and disappear, of the sound of something large moving through the underbrush with an unnatural, dragging gait. 3 hikers have vanished in that region since Jamie Westlake. Each disappearance followed the same pattern. No bodies found, no evidence of what happened, just abandoned campsites and bewildered companions left to tell incomplete stories. I've kept a map, marking each incident with a red pin. The pattern that emerges isn't random. The disappearances form a rough circle, expanding outward from Redwater Creek year by year, as if whatever hunts there is gradually widening its territory. Last year, I broke my self-imposed exile from the deep forest. A child had gone missing, 8-year-old Melissa Chen, separated from her family during a day hike near Miller Lake, just 5 miles from Redwater Creek. When I heard the news, something hardened inside me. I couldn't stand by while a child was in danger, even if it meant facing my darkest fears. I joined the volunteer search team, ignoring the surprised looks from my former colleagues. For 3 days we combed the woods, calling Melissa's name until our voices grew hoarse. On the morning of the 4th day, as I searched a dense stretch of pine forest, I found her red jacket hanging from a branch, about 6 feet off the ground. My blood ran cold. I knew what this meant. What would come next? Sure enough, beyond the jacket was a spatter of blood, then another, forming a trail leading deeper into the woods. This time I didn't follow. Instead, I marked the location and returned to the search headquarters, insisting on a large armed team to continue in that direction. Perhaps sensing my barely controlled panic, the search coordinator agreed. 8 of us returned to the spot where I'd found the jacket. But just as before, the blood trail had vanished. We searched for hours, finding nothing. As dusk approached, the coordinator called off the search in that area, deeming it a dead end. That night, as the search teams rested and planned the next day's efforts, Melissa Chen walked out of the forest half a mile from the main search area. She was dehydrated and confused, but physically unharmed. When asked where she'd been for 4 days, her answer sent ice through my veins. "With the quiet man," she said, her voice small and bewildered. "The one with no face. He showed me his collection." The psychologists said she was confabulating, creating false memories to fill the traumatic blank of being lost in the woods. They pointed to her dehydration, her exhaustion, the psychological impact of isolation on a young child. But I knew better. She had encountered the creature and, for reasons I couldn't fathom, it had let her go. Perhaps it hadn't been hungry. Perhaps it was saving her for later. Or perhaps it had sent her back as a message, a reminder that it was still there, still watching, still waiting. I visited Melissa in the hospital before her family took her home to Seattle. Her parents had stepped out to speak with doctors, giving me a brief moment alone with her. I asked her about the quiet man's collection. She looked at me with solemn eyes, suddenly seeming much older than 8. "People pieces," she whispered, "all arranged neat and tidy. Some were fresh." She paused, looking down at her small hands. "He said he's been collecting for a very long time. He said he needs more varieties." I've never told anyone about that conversation. What would be the point? No one would believe me, just as no one had believed me about Jamie Westlake. Some truths are too monstrous for most people to accept. These days I live in a small apartment in Coeur d'Alene, close enough to the forests to maintain my consulting work, but far enough that I can pretend those dark pines don't hide unimaginable horrors. I still hike occasionally, but only in popular areas, on well-maintained trails with plenty of other people around. I carry a gun whenever I'm in the woods, not that I believe it would do any good against the creature, but its weight on my hip provides a small comfort. I've also taken to wearing a body camera during my outings, though I'm not sure what I'll do if it actually captures something. Years have passed, but I still think about Jamie and that creature. I've researched similar encounters, pored over folklore and cryptozoology texts, searched for any historical record that might shed light on what haunts those woods. I've found tantalizing fragments. 19th-century journals describing the Faceless One, Native American legends of skin takers, even colonial-era accounts of collectors who stole organs from still-living victims. Each story differs in details, but shares the same essence. Something ancient and patient stalks the deep woods, something that sees humans not as prey, but as specimens to be studied, dissected, and preserved. Some nights I wake gasping from dreams of that perfectly circular clearing, of Jamie's splayed body and empty chest cavity, of that smooth, blank face watching me with senses I cannot comprehend. On those nights, I sit by my window until dawn, looking out at the distant line of trees that mark the beginning of the forest, wondering if it remembers me as clearly as I remember it. I've never seen the creature again, but I know it's out there, somewhere in the dark, waiting. And if you ever find yourself near Redwater Creek, be careful. Stay alert and don't wander off the trail. Watch for signs, unnatural silence, the feeling of being observed, blood trails leading through blackberry thickets. But most importantly, if you hear whispers just below the threshold of understanding, if you glimpse something tall, moving with a dragging gait between distant trees, if you find yourself at the edge of a perfectly circular clearing covered in pale moss, run. Run without looking back. Run as if your very soul depends on it, because it does. I've always considered the Belgian forests my second home. Growing up in a small village near Liège, I spent countless weekends exploring the dense woodlands of the Ardennes with my father. He was a forester by profession, and his deep respect for these ancient woods was passed down to me through our many expeditions. He would point out native flora, identify bird calls, and share tales of the region's rich history, how these same trees had witnessed the march of Roman legions, medieval knights, and modern armies. The forest remembers everything, he'd tell me. It absorbs our stories into its bark and soil. As a child, I accepted these woods as a place of wonder and adventure. As an adult, I came to appreciate them as a sanctuary, a respite from my structured life as a civil engineer in Brussels. At 32 years old, I maintained my connection to these forests through regular hiking trips, sometimes alone, sometimes with my partner Amelia, a biochemist whose scientific mind complemented my more intuitive approach to nature. What I'm about to share occurred over 3 consecutive years, experiences that defied rational explanation and challenged everything I understood about these familiar landscapes. I document them not to sensationalize or to convince anyone of supernatural phenomena, but simply to record what happened as faithfully as my memory allows. I've never considered myself superstitious. My profession demands precision and evidence-based thinking. Amelia is even more skeptical, approaching the world through the lens of empirical science. That we both experienced 2 of these events makes them harder to dismiss as mere hallucinations or misperceptions. Before I begin, I should clarify that I've altered some geographical details, not to obscure the truth, but out of respect for these places. The forests of Belgium have enough visitors without adding curious thrill seekers to their paths. These woods deserve our respect, not our intrusion. The first incident occurred in May 2018 near a small village called Bramont, close to the French border. I was hiking alone that day. Amelia was attending a conference in Amsterdam, on a well-established trail I had traversed at least a dozen times before. The 18-kilometer loop typically took me 6 hours to complete, including breaks, and I had started early to ensure I'd finish well before sunset. The morning unfolded perfectly. Spring had fully arrived, and the forest floor was carpeted with wood anemones and wild garlic. The beech trees had just unfurled their fresh leaves, creating a luminous green canopy overhead. By midday, I had made excellent progress and stopped in a small clearing to eat my lunch, a simple meal of bread, cheese, and an apple. As I finished eating, I noticed a sudden change in the forest's atmosphere. The birdsong, which had been a constant backdrop all morning, abruptly ceased. In the woods, such silence often indicates the presence of a predator, a fox perhaps, or a wildcat. I stood up, scanning the surrounding trees, but saw nothing unusual. Still, the unnatural quiet disturbed me. Forests are never truly silent. There's always the rustle of leaves, the buzzing of insects, the distant calls of birds. This silence felt absolute, as though the forest itself were holding its breath. I packed my belongings and continued along the trail, hoping to shake the growing unease that had settled over me. 10 minutes later, I reached a familiar stream crossing, a narrow brook with several flat stones serving as a natural bridge. I had crossed it many times before without incident. Today was different. As I approached, I felt a peculiar pressure in the air, like the heaviness that precedes a thunderstorm. But the sky remained clear, a peaceful blue visible through gaps in the canopy. Standing on the opposite bank was a figure. At first glance, it appeared to be a hiker in a long dark coat, unusual attire for the warm spring day. But as I focused on this individual, I realized they were unnaturally still. Not the stillness of someone pausing to admire the view, but an absolute immobility that seemed impossible for a living being. They didn't sway slightly as humans naturally do when standing. They didn't appear to breathe. The figure was tall and unnaturally thin, dressed in what looked like antiquated clothing, something from another century. I couldn't make out a face beneath what seemed to be a wide-brimmed hat, despite the bright sunlight overhead. Thinking it might be another hiker in distress, I raised my hand in greeting and called out, "Bonjour, tout va bien?" No response, no movement. A profound sense of wrongness washed over me. The figure seemed too tall, too thin, too still to be human. Yet there it stood, undeniably present. I hesitated but decided to proceed. The alternative was backtracking several kilometers. I stepped onto the first stone, then the second, keeping my eyes fixed on the strange figure. When I looked up again after navigating a wobbly stone, the figure had vanished. There had been no sound of retreating footsteps, no rustle of undergrowth. The bank where they had stood was empty, as though they had never been there at all. I scanned the surrounding forest, but saw no sign of movement. What happened next is difficult to articulate. As I completed the crossing, the world around me subtly shifted. The quality of light changed, taking on a bluish tinge that made the familiar forest appear alien. The temperature dropped noticeably, despite the spring sunshine. The very air felt thicker, more resistant as I moved through it. I continued hiking, deeply unsettled, but determined to complete the trail. Nothing else unusual occurred for about a kilometer. Then, as suddenly as it had disappeared, the birdsong returned, erupting all at once in a discordant chorus that made me physically startle. Simultaneously, the temperature rose, and the light returned to its normal golden-green hue. It was as though I had crossed an invisible boundary, exiting whatever strange pocket of reality I had entered. When I checked my phone that evening, I discovered something impossible. Despite maintaining my usual pace, I was 2 hours behind schedule. 2 hours I cannot account for. 2 hours lost in a section of trail that should have taken 20 minutes to traverse. I told no one about this experience for months. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? I considered medical explanations, a minor stroke perhaps, or a complex migraine affecting my perception of time and reality. But I felt healthy, and no symptoms recurred in the days and weeks that followed. Eventually, I shared the experience with Amelia, who suggested it might have been a rare atmospheric phenomenon affecting light and sound, combined with an encounter with a peculiarly dressed hiker who had moved away while my attention was elsewhere. Her explanation was comforting, if not entirely convincing. I might have accepted this rational interpretation had it not been for what happened the following year. The weeks following my experience at Bromont were marked by a persistent unease that I couldn't shake. I found myself questioning my perception of reality and wondering if I had experienced some kind of psychological episode. I researched temporal lobe seizures, which can cause distortions in time perception and hallucinations, but found no other symptoms that matched my experience. Sleep became difficult. When I did manage to rest, my dreams were filled with endless forests and pathways that shifted and changed as I walked them. I would wake disoriented, uncertain for a moment whether I was in my apartment in Brussels or lost in some liminal woodland space. My work suffered. As an engineer, precision is essential, but I found myself making small errors, my concentration fracturing at crucial moments. Colleagues noticed my distraction, and my supervisor gently suggested I take some vacation time. "You look exhausted, Julian," he said. "When was your last proper break?" I took his advice and spent a week visiting my parents in Liège, deliberately avoiding the forest that had been my sanctuary. Instead, I helped my father in his vegetable garden and accompanied my mother on her errands around town. The mundane routines grounded me, and gradually, the experience at Bromont receded in my mind, becoming less immediate, less threatening. By autumn, I had rationalized the incident as Amelia suggested: an unusual atmospheric condition, a strange hiker, and my own exhaustion combining to create an experience that seemed supernatural, but had perfectly natural explanations. I began hiking again, though I avoided solitary expeditions and stuck to popular trails with frequent fellow hikers. Amelia often accompanied me, her practical nature a bulwark against lingering fears. "The forest is just a forest," she would say when I grew quiet, lost in memory. "Trees and dirt and animals, nothing more, nothing less." I wanted desperately to believe her. October 2019 brought the second incident, more disturbing than the first because Amelia witnessed it too, eliminating the possibility of individual hallucination. We had planned a weekend away in the Walloon region, staying at a rustic bed and breakfast in a village near the forests of La Houppe. These woods are associated with one of Belgium's most enduring folk legends, that of Jinti, a malevolent spirit said to haunt lonely trails, especially near bodies of water. According to local tales, Jinti appears in various guises: a shadow with glowing eyes, a black dog, sometimes even as a human figure that vanishes when approached. The stories claim he lures travelers from their paths, leading them into bogs or dangerous terrain. Amelia and I had laughed about these stories over dinner the night before our hike. She dismissed them as typical rural superstitions, born from misinterpreted natural phenomena and perpetuated to explain disappearances that likely had more mundane causes. "People get lost in forests because they're bad at navigation," she said, "not because supernatural entities lead them astray." Our planned route would take us through dense woodland and past several small ponds. We set out early, equipped with topographical maps, compass, ample water, and energy bars. The autumn colors were spectacular: maples blazing scarlet, oaks in russet and gold, the forest floor a tapestry of fallen leaves. We hiked for about 4 hours, stopping occasionally to photograph particularly striking vistas or examine interesting fungi. As dusk approached, we decided to head back to avoid navigating the more challenging sections of trail in darkness. Though we carried headlamps, neither of us relished the idea of a night hike through unfamiliar terrain. As the light faded, a mist began to rise from the forest floor. This wasn't unusual for autumn evenings in Belgium, but it thickened with unusual rapidity, reducing visibility to approximately 10 meters in any direction. We stayed close to the marked path, moving more cautiously now, maintaining a conversation to reassure ourselves. That's when we saw the first light. It appeared to our right, perhaps 30 meters into the forest, a pale blue-green glow hovering about a meter above the ground. My initial thought was bioluminescent fungi, though I'd never encountered any so bright in Belgian forests. "What is that?" Amelia whispered, gripping my arm. Before I could respond, another identical light appeared to our left, and then another ahead of us. Within moments, we found ourselves encircled by perhaps a dozen of these glowing orbs, all the same size and color, all hovering at the same height. "They look like lanterns," Amelia said, her scientific mind struggling to categorize what we were seeing. But they weren't lanterns. These lights moved independently with a fluid, almost organic motion, occasionally pulsing brighter before dimming again. They formed a perfect circle around us, gradually closing in. We stood back to back, watching these entities approach. Neither of us suggested running. The path was now obscured by mist, and the forest floor was treacherous with hidden roots and sudden drops. Then, from somewhere beyond the lights, came a sound I'll never forget: a dry, rattling hiss, like chains being dragged across dead leaves, followed by the distinct splashing of something heavy moving through water. The nearest pond was at least 100 meters away. One of the lights darted forward, stopping about 5 meters from us. In its glow, I could now discern that the mist around it seemed to coalesce into a vague, humanoid shape, a suggestion of a torso, a head, limbs that were too long and moved in ways that human limbs should not. "We need to go," I told Amelia, my voice barely audible. We began retreating, still facing the lights. They followed but maintained their distance, never breaking their circle. The rattling sound grew closer, and with it came a smell of stagnant water and decay. Amelia, ever practical, remembered her phone. She activated its flashlight and directed the beam toward the nearest light. The effect was immediate and extraordinary. The bright white beam seemed to physically repel the ghostly glow, which recoiled as if in pain. The misty shape surrounding it contorted, and the hissing rose to an almost unbearable pitch. We seized the opportunity to run in the direction we'd been heading, Amelia's phone light carving a path through the now retreating lights. Behind us, the hissing and splashing continued, gradually fading as we fled. After several minutes of desperate running, we burst from the mist onto a clear section of path. The forest around us appeared normal again. No lights, no strange sounds, just the peaceful evening woods. We continued running until we reached our car, neither of us willing to slow down despite burning lungs and aching muscles. Later, researching what we might have seen, we found references to feu follets in local folklore. Marsh lights said to be the souls of the unrestful dead, or sometimes manifestations of Jinty himself. The scientific explanation would be ignited methane from decomposing organic matter, will-o'-the-wisps, a documented natural phenomenon. But that wouldn't account for their coordinated movement, the shapes in the mist, or that terrible rattling hiss. Whatever we encountered that night, it wasn't described in any scientific journal Amelia could find. The experience at La Houppe fundamentally changed our relationship. Shared trauma creates a unique bond, and surviving something inexplicable together forged a connection between us that transcended our previous partnership. Amelia, despite her scientific background, or perhaps because of it, became obsessed with understanding what had happened. She approached the mystery with methodical determination, creating a database of similar reported phenomena and analyzing patterns. There must be a rational explanation, she insisted, surrounded by research papers and local historical records, even if it's something science hasn't fully documented yet. She contacted geologists about unusual mineral deposits that might affect electromagnetic fields, meteorologists about rare atmospheric conditions, and biologists about bioluminescent organisms native to Belgian forests. She even reached out to local historians to learn more about the folklore surrounding La Houppe and similar locations. Her research yielded interesting but inconclusive results. The region did have unusual geological features, a high concentration of iron and quartz that could theoretically influence electromagnetic phenomena. There were also historical accounts dating back centuries of similar experiences in the same forest, though details varied across time periods. Folk memory contains kernels of truth, Amelia conceded one evening after weeks of investigation. People experience something real but explain it through the cultural framework available to them. Medieval peasants saw forest spirits, Victorian travelers saw ghosts. We try to see natural phenomena, but what if what's happening doesn't fit neatly into our current scientific understanding? This was a significant concession from someone who had built her career on empirical evidence and reproducible results. For my part, I approached our experience differently. I spoke with local residents, particularly older people who had lived near La Houppe all their lives. Their attitudes surprised me, not fear or superstition, but a matter-of-fact acceptance. The forest has its own rules, an elderly farmer told me, places where the normal world thins out. You were lucky to find your way back. When I pressed for details about what exactly he believed was happening in these woods, he shrugged. Does it matter what we call it? The forest keeps its secrets, better that way. Despite our different approaches, neither Amelia nor I found satisfactory explanations for what we had witnessed. The lights, the misty figures, the hissing sound. None could be fully explained by known natural phenomena. We might have eventually filed the experience away as an unsolvable mystery had it not been for what happened the following summer. The summer of 2020 found Belgium, like much of the world, under the shadow of a global pandemic. After months of lockdown in our Brussels apartment, Amelia and I were desperate for open spaces and fresh air. When restrictions eased, we immediately planned a day hike in the Sognin Forest, just outside the city. Unlike our previous experiences, this location seemed safe, a popular recreational area frequented by families, cyclists, and joggers. On weekends, you could hardly walk 5 minutes without encountering other people. We chose a Sunday in July, and as expected, the main paths were busy with people enjoying their newly regained freedom. Seeking a bit more solitude, we took a less traveled side trail that I knew eventually reconnected with the main loop. This smaller path was still marked and maintained, just less popular due to its steeper sections. The day was warm and pleasant. Sunlight filtered through the ancient beech trees, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. We had been walking for perhaps 20 minutes when I realized I could no longer hear the distant voices of other hikers or the occasional bicycle bell. Not unusual for this side path, but there was something else missing too. The distant hum of the city that normally formed a faint background soundtrack in the Sognin Forest. "Is it just me, or is it too quiet?" Amelia asked, pausing to look around. As we continued walking, I noticed something strange about the path ahead. Though it was a clear day, the trail seemed to fade into a hazy distance that shouldn't have been possible in the forest. Sections of the path that should have been visible were obscured, as though the trail itself was materializing just a few meters ahead of us at a time. Then we noticed the trees. The Sognin Forest is famous for its cathedral-like beech trees, tall, straight trunks creating a high, open canopy. But the trees around us now looked different, older, more gnarled, with lower branches creating a tunnel-like effect over the path. I didn't recognize the species, which was impossible. I knew every native tree in Belgium. "We should go back," Amelia said quietly, and I nodded in agreement. We turned around, only to find that the path behind us looked just as unfamiliar as the one ahead. The trees were wrong, the quality of light was wrong, and the path itself seemed narrower than it had been moments before. We chose to continue in our original direction, reasoning that we would eventually hit the main trail again. We walked for 40 minutes, the longest 40 minutes of my life. But the forest around us became increasingly unfamiliar, like we had somehow stepped into ancient woodland, untouched by modern forestry management. Neither of us said it aloud, but we both knew this wasn't the Sognin Forest anymore. This wasn't anywhere in Belgium that I recognized. We soon came to a clearing that was perfectly circular, as if deliberately formed. As we stepped into this space, a vibration ran through the ground beneath our feet. For an instant, I thought I saw movement between the trees, a tall, thin shape similar to the figure I had encountered at Bramont 2 years earlier. A wave of primal fear washed over me, and Amelia must have felt it too. Without a word, we both turned and ran, no longer caring which direction we took, desperate only to escape this wrong version of a familiar forest. We ran until our lungs burned, following whatever path we could find. Then, between one step and the next, everything changed. We stumbled onto a wide, gravel-covered main trail, nearly colliding with a group of cyclists. We were back in the normal, familiar Sognin Forest, surrounded by weekend visitors and normal beech trees. The cyclists swerved to avoid us, shouting irritated warnings as they passed. Amelia and I stood there, gasping for breath, looking back at the narrow trail we had emerged from, a trail that now looked perfectly ordinary, leading into perfectly ordinary woods. "What just happened?" Amelia whispered, her scientific certainty shattered for the second time in a year. I had no answer for her. In the months that followed our experience in the Sognin Forest, Amelia and I began to notice connections between our 3 encounters. What initially seemed like isolated incidents revealed patterns when examined collectively. All 3 events had occurred near water, a stream crossing, ponds, and, as we later discovered, an underground spring beneath that circular clearing in the Sognin Forest. All had involved a strange quality of light, and an unnatural silence preceding the phenomena. And all had featured a threshold of sorts, a point where the normal world seemed to give way to something else. "It's like temporary thin spots between realities," Amelia suggested one evening as we reviewed our notes. "Places where the boundaries between worlds become permeable under specific conditions." This was a startling theory from someone who had once dismissed forest legends as mere superstition, but our experiences had changed her, just as they had changed me. We began researching similar accounts throughout Belgian history. The archives yielded numerous reports of strange encounters in forests, travelers finding themselves in unfamiliar terrain despite following known paths, mysterious figures observed at crossroads or near bodies of water, lights and sounds that defied explanation. Many of these accounts came from credible sources: military officers, government officials, clergy, and physicians. People whose observations would typically be trusted. These weren't just peasant superstitions or folk tales. They were documented experiences similar to our own. One report from 1887 particularly resonated with us. A Belgian botanist named Guillaume Leroy had been collecting specimens in the Ardennes when he found himself in what he described as a forest of ancient aspect, containing species unknown to modern science. He wandered for hours before suddenly finding himself back on a familiar path, with samples of plants he couldn't identify, which later dissolved into common forest detritus in his collection box. Amelia's scientific mind couldn't accept the supernatural explanations that local folklore offered: forest spirits, nature deities, or the unquiet dead. But neither could she ignore the evidence of her own experiences. "What if these are natural phenomena that science hasn't classified yet?" she proposed. "Quantum physics already suggests multiple realities existing simultaneously. What if these forest experiences are moments when those realities overlap?" It was as good an explanation as any, better than most, as it didn't require belief in the supernatural, merely an expansion of what we consider natural. For my part, I had begun to wonder if these experiences were less about physics and more about perception. If certain places in these ancient forests somehow altered human consciousness, allowing us to perceive aspects of reality normally filtered out by our brains. The Belgian Ardennes are among the oldest forests in Europe, with human presence dating back thousands of years. Perhaps, I thought, these woods had absorbed something of human consciousness over millennia, creating zones where the boundary between objective reality and subjective perception became blurred. Whatever the explanation, one thing was certain: neither Amelia nor I would ever view the forests of our homeland the same way again. 3 years have passed since our encounter in the Sognian forest. In that time, Amelia and I have married and moved from Brussels to a small town near Namur, where we both now work remotely. She as a research consultant, I as an engineering project manager. Our home sits at the edge of woodland, not deep forest, but a pleasant stretch of mixed trees that offers privacy and connection to nature. We still hike regularly, though we've developed what might seem like superstitious practices to others, avoiding forest paths at dusk or dawn, steering clear of unusual silence, and always carrying powerful flashlights. We haven't experienced anything as dramatic as our 3 encounters, though there have been moments of strangeness, paths that seem longer returning than they were going out, sudden temperature drops with no meteorological explanation, the occasional glimpse of movement, just at the periphery of vision. We've learned to live with these minor occurrences, to accept them as part of our relationship with these ancient woods. Fear has given way to respect, a profound awareness that the natural world contains mysteries beyond our current understanding. Recently, I visited my father, now retired, but still living near the forests where he once worked. I finally shared our experiences with him, expecting skepticism or concern. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. "The old foresters had a saying," he told me. "The forest has many doors, but not all lead to the same place. I've had my own strange moments in these woods over the years. Nothing as dramatic as yours, but enough to make me wonder." "Why didn't you ever tell me?" I asked. He smiled. Would you have believed me? Some things need to be experienced firsthand. He was right, of course. Before my encounter at Vermont, I would have dismissed such stories as imagination or exaggeration. Experience is a more effective teacher than warning. Amelia continues her research, now focusing on environmental factors that might trigger altered states of consciousness. Specific combinations of barometric pressure, electromagnetic fields, and atmospheric conditions. She's published several papers on environmental triggers for temporal spatial disorientation in forest settings, carefully framed within acceptable scientific parameters, while still exploring our experiences. As for me, I've made peace with not knowing. Some mysteries resist classification, existing in the spaces between established categories of knowledge. The forests of Belgium have been part of human history for thousands of years, accumulating stories, beliefs, and experiences. Perhaps what we encountered were echoes of that collective history, moments when the veil between past and present, between different ways of perceiving reality, temporarily thinned. I still love these woods and find solace in their ancient presence, but I walk them differently now, with greater awareness and respect for their complexities. I understand that they operate according to rhythms and patterns beyond human comprehension, occasionally revealing glimpses of something larger and stranger than our everyday reality. The forests of Belgium have been my companions since childhood. They've taught me wonder, respect, and now humility in the face of mystery. I continue to explore their paths, knowing that some questions may never be answered, and finding, somewhat to my surprise, that I can live contentedly with this uncertainty. Some doors in the forest will always remain closed, and perhaps it's better that way. But I remain alert for those that might briefly open, offering glimpses of what lies beyond our ordinary understanding of the world. After all, as my father always said, the forest remembers everything, and sometimes, if we're paying attention, it shares those memories with us. Back in 2015, my wife Iris and I, along with our friends Jake and Tabby, had been planning this hiking trip for many weeks. We all worked together at Westlake Publishing, a small but demanding firm where vacation time was as rare as winter sunshine in Seattle. I was a senior editor handling our nonfiction titles, Iris managed our digital marketing, Jake worked in accounting, and Tabby led our design team. Our schedules rarely aligned, making this opportunity almost miraculous. "I can't believe we actually pulled this off," I said during our weekly planning lunch. The four of us had squeezed into our usual corner booth at the cafe across from our office building. 3 consecutive days without a single deadline, Iris added, her eyes bright with anticipation. At 34, she maintained the enthusiasm of someone a decade younger, which was one of the countless reasons I'd fallen in love with her. Jake, always the practical one, spread a detailed trail map across the table. The Morrison Ridge has some of the most spectacular views in the state. "We'll start here." He traced a blue line with his finger and followed this trail to Crescent Lake. "If we push ourselves, we might even make it to the summit overlook." "I've already packed all the emergency supplies," Tabby interrupted, brushing her copper hair away from her face. "First aid kit, flares, water purification tablets. And I've got the good whiskey," Jake added with a grin. The plan was to head out early Saturday morning and spend the entire day exploring the wilderness. We'd camp overnight and return Sunday evening, giving ourselves Monday to recover before diving back into our professional lives on Tuesday. It was the perfect escape, or so we thought. In the days leading up to our trip, we obsessively checked weather forecasts. Spring in the Pacific Northwest was notoriously unpredictable, but every report promised clear skies and mild temperatures. I remember feeling an unusual sense of optimism as I packed my hiking gear the night before. Iris and I moved around our bedroom in comfortable silence, our excitement palpable without needing words. "Do you think we should bring extra socks?" Iris asked, holding up 2 pairs. "Always," I replied, thinking about the many stories I'd edited about hikers who suffered because they'd neglected such simple precautions. That night, I slept restlessly, my mind racing with anticipation rather than fear. If only I'd known what awaited us on Morrison Ridge, I might never have closed my eyes again. We'd mapped out a trail that promised stunning views, and we were all eager to disconnect from the world. Jake had even suggested we leave our phones behind, but Tabby, ever the voice of reason, insisted we bring them for emergencies, a decision that would later prove crucial. The drive to the trailhead was peaceful. The sun was just starting to rise, casting the entire landscape in a magnificent orange glow. We were laughing, swapping stories, and enjoying the early start. I distinctly remember Iris singing along to the radio, her voice merging with the melody in a way that made my heart swell. Jake and Tabby were in the back seat, debating the merits of various hiking boots. Everything felt perfect, suspended in that golden moment between anticipation and experience. Weather report said clear skies all day, Jake mentioned as we turned onto the gravel road leading to the trailhead. We couldn't have picked a better weekend. The parking area was empty when we arrived, another good sign. We'd have the trail to ourselves, away from the weekend warriors and tourist groups that often crowded popular hiking spots. I pulled into a space near the trailhead sign and killed the engine. "First one's here," I announced, feeling a strange pride in our early arrival. But as soon as we stepped out of the SUV, our excitement took a devastating hit. The sky darkened almost instantly, as if someone had drawn a heavy curtain across the sun. Within minutes, it started to downpour with such intensity that visibility dropped to mere feet in front of us. "What the hell?" Jake shouted over the sudden roar of rain. "This wasn't in the forecast." The rain hammered against our bodies with unusual force. It wasn't just rain. It was as though the sky had split open and unleashed its full fury upon us. We scrambled back into the vehicle, slamming doors and gasping from the shocking transition. "It was clear literally 30 seconds ago," Tabby said, wiping water from her face. "This is insane." We hoped it was just a passing shower and decided to wait it out in the car. We'd already made the 2-hour drive. Turning around wasn't an option we wanted to consider. The rain pounded against the roof, and the windows fogged up with our breath. Water streamed down the glass in sheets, distorting the outside world into a blurry, shapeless void. "Should we check the radar?" Iris suggested, pulling out her phone only to find we had no service. "Great, no signal." Jake leaned forward from the back seat, his expression unusually serious. "You know, there's a reason they call this part of the mountain range the Weather Maker. Local legend says storms can form out of nowhere." "Thanks for mentioning that now," I replied, trying to keep my tone light despite a growing unease. After about 20 minutes, the rain mysteriously let up, leaving behind a misty, overcast landscape that bore little resemblance to the sunny morning we'd driven through. The trees dripped steadily, and the trail had transformed into a muddy stream. We debated whether we should continue the hike. The weather had shifted so dramatically that it seemed foolish to proceed, yet we'd been planning this escape for months. The trail was still calling us, and we didn't want to waste our precious time off. "We're already here," Jake said, adjusting his backpack. "A little rain never hurt anyone." "That wasn't a little rain," Tabby countered, "and the trail conditions will be terrible." Iris caught my eye, and I could read her thoughts perfectly. We needed this break, this adventure, regardless of the conditions. We spent our days indoors, editing manuscripts and attending meetings. This was our chance to experience something real, even if that reality was wet and muddy. "We came prepared for bad weather," I said finally. "Let's give it a try. We can always turn back if it gets worse." With unanimous, if tentative, agreement, we grabbed our gear and headed out. The air felt unusually heavy, saturated with moisture that clung to our skin. The forest around us had transformed. What should have been a vibrant green woodland was now a shadowy labyrinth of dripping trees and swirling mist. We'd barely made it a quarter-mile up the trail when the rain started again, this time even harder than before. It was like someone had turned on a faucet directly above us, and we were drenched within seconds. "This is ridiculous," Iris shouted over the deafening downpour. We turned back, running toward the parking lot, laughing and cursing simultaneously, trying to shield ourselves from the relentless water. The trail had become treacherous, with slick mud threatening to take our feet out from under us at every step. By the time the car came into view through the curtain of rain, we were soaked to our skin, our clothes heavy and clinging uncomfortably. But as we reached the car, we saw something that made us all stop in our tracks. Standing next to our SUV was a young woman. She was soaked to the bone, her clothes clinging to her thin frame like rags. She looked as though she had been through hell. Her hair was matted against her skull, and her face was covered with what appeared to be dirt or mud. At first I thought perhaps I was seeing things because of the rain, but no, she was definitely real, and standing directly next to my car. Even more unsettling was that she appeared to be looking into the windows. Without thinking, I shouted, "Hey, get away from my car!" It was more out of fear than anger, an instinctive response to a situation that felt inherently wrong. I felt a rush of adrenaline surge through my body, every instinct warning me that something wasn't right. She didn't move. She stood there staring at us with hollow eyes that seemed to look through rather than at us. Her gaze reminded me of photographs I'd seen of shell-shocked soldiers, present in body but absent in mind. Before I could shout again, Iris grabbed my arm. "Wait," she whispered urgently. "She looks hurt." Jake and Tabby remained silent behind us, uncertain how to respond. I didn't want to let this stranger into our car, but I couldn't ignore the possibility that she might be in serious trouble. What if she'd been attacked? What if she was running from someone? The moral implications of leaving her in this deluge were impossible to dismiss. Against my better judgment, we approached her cautiously. Up close, I could see that her lips had a bluish tint, suggesting hypothermia might be setting in. Her clothes were inappropriate for hiking, thin cotton rather than moisture-wicking materials, and she wore canvas shoes instead of boots. "Are you okay?" Iris asked gently. "Do you need help?" The woman's eyes finally focused, but her expression remained unsettlingly blank. When she spoke, her voice was raspy, as though unused for days. "Car broke down, miles back. Been walking." "Where were you headed?" Jake asked, stepping forward. She didn't answer directly. "Just need to get somewhere warm." An internal debate raged within me. Every crime documentary I'd ever watched screamed caution, yet my humanitarian instincts couldn't ignore someone in distress. I made a decision I would later regret with every fiber of my being. "We can give you a ride to the nearest town," I offered. We all piled into the SUV with the woman sitting behind the front passenger seat. Iris positioned herself in the middle seat of the back, trying to comfort this stranger. The car felt immediately cramped, windows fogging up again from the sudden influx of bodies. The tension was suffocating. What had begun as a fun hiking trip had transformed into something entirely different and increasingly disturbing. The woman didn't speak. She just sat there, shivering and staring straight ahead with unfocused eyes. Iris, always the empathetic one, worried aloud that she might be in shock. The stranger had makeup running down her cheeks, creating dark rivulets that made it impossible to determine whether they resulted from rain or tears. "What's your name?" Tabby asked, turning in her seat to face our unexpected passenger. No response. "Where exactly did your car break down?" Jake tried. Again, silence. I kept glancing at her in the rearview mirror, attempting to read her expressions, but there was nothing there, just a vacant stare. Her eyes were open, but nothing seemed to register. It was as if her body was present while her mind remained elsewhere. The rain continued its assault on the vehicle, creating a constant drumming that filled the uncomfortable silence. I turned on the heater, hoping to combat the chill that had settled over all of us, but especially our mysterious passenger. Jake leaned forward from his seat. "We should get her to the nearest gas station and call for help," he suggested in a low voice. We all agreed. There was no cell service in this remote area, so that was our best option. I started the car and began navigating the muddy road. The windshield wipers worked frantically to maintain visibility, but the deluge was overwhelming. The road had transformed into a river of mud, making steering precarious. Every few seconds I felt the wheels lose traction, causing my knuckles to whiten as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. something still wasn't sitting right with me. It wasn't just the tension of the situation. It was everything about this woman. The way she had appeared out of nowhere, her complete silence, the way she didn't seem affected by the cold or rain, in the way a normal person would be. It was clear she had issues, but it was impossible to determine whether she was dangerous or genuinely traumatized. I could sense my wife and friends trying to maintain calm, but the discomfort was evident, especially in Tabby. She kept her body pressed against the passenger door, maximizing the distance between herself and the stranger. Jake maintained a forced conversational tone, periodically attempting to elicit some response from our passenger. But his questions evaporated into the tense atmosphere without acknowledgement. The nearest gas station was about 15 minutes away under normal conditions. In this weather, with the roads deteriorating by the minute, I estimated it would take us closer to 25. I tried to focus solely on driving, but my mind kept circling back to the woman. Who was she? What was she doing out here alone? Why wouldn't she speak? We were about 2 minutes from the gas station when everything changed. The woman, who had been completely silent for the entire journey, suddenly started to scream. It wasn't an ordinary scream. It was a loud, high-pitched guttural sound that startled me so violently that I momentarily lost control of the vehicle. She began thrashing around in the back seat, striking the windows and seats with unexpected strength. Iris tried to calm her, but the woman's movements became increasingly erratic and violent. I struggled to keep the SUV on the road, but the combination of the slick conditions and the chaos behind me made it nearly impossible. "What's happening?" Tabby shrieked, pressing herself against the door. "Hold her down," Jake shouted to Iris, unbuckling his seatbelt to help. But it was too late. The car veered off the road and into a ditch with a sickening lurch. The impact wasn't severe. We'd been traveling at reduced speed due to the conditions, but it was enough to throw us all forward against our seatbelts. The engine stalled, and for a moment everything was silent, except for the relentless pounding of rain against the metal roof. We were all breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. I had a minor scrape on my forehead from hitting the steering wheel, but a quick assessment suggested everyone else was physically unharmed. Then the woman began to laugh. It started as a low chuckle before escalating into full-blown hysterics. It was a cold, empty laugh that sent involuntary shivers through my body. She wasn't hurt or scared. She was amused. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Jake shouted at her, his face contorted with anger and fear. The woman's insane laughter came to an abrupt end. With movements too quick to counter, she pulled out a small blade from inside her shirt, a box cutter with the metal edge extended. She drove her left elbow into Iris's neck, pinning my wife against the seat, while simultaneously holding the blade to Tabby's throat. "Give me all your money now," she demanded, her voice entirely devoid of emotion. The most unsettling aspect of this nightmare was the complete absence of fear in her voice. There was only a sick satisfaction, as though she'd executed this scenario countless times before. Her eyes, previously vacant, now gleamed with a predatory intensity that made my stomach turn. We didn't argue. We emptied our wallets, handing over cash, credit cards, and anything else of value. Iris was crying silently, tears streaming down her face. Jake was cursing under his breath, and I was desperately trying to maintain composure, knowing that any sudden movement could result in disaster. The woman grabbed the money and valuables, stuffing everything into her pockets. Then, without warning, she threw open the car door and sprinted into the rain without looking back. We sat in stunned silence, the back door hanging open, rain pouring in. After several seconds of shocked immobility, I finally managed to restart the car. Iris closed the door, her hands visibly trembling, and I carefully backed out of the ditch. Nobody spoke as we drove the remaining distance to the gas station. What could we possibly say? We'd been manipulated, threatened, and robbed by someone we'd tried to help. The gas station attendant looked alarmed when we stumbled in, soaked and visibly shaken. He immediately called the police while offering us towels and hot coffee. The small convenience store, with its fluorescent lighting and mundane products, seemed surreally normal after what we'd just experienced. When the sheriff arrived, he took our statements with a practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't the first time he'd heard such a story. "You folks aren't the first to get taken in by her," he said, closing his notebook. "We've had reports of a woman matching this description pulling similar stunts throughout the county for months now." "Why haven't you caught her?" Jake demanded, his hand still shaking as he clutched his coffee cup. The sheriff sighed. "Limited resources, vast wilderness. She knows these mountains better than my deputies. Disappears like smoke." "She could have killed us," Tabby said quietly, voicing the thought that had been circling in all our minds. "But she didn't," the sheriff noted. "Never does. Takes what she wants and vanishes. We think she might be living off the grid somewhere up in the northern section of the forest." As we provided descriptions and details, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd encountered something more disturbing than a simple robbery. The woman's behavior, her initial catatonia followed by manic violence, suggested deeper psychological issues than mere criminality. "Is she mentally ill?" Iris asked hesitantly. The sheriff's expression darkened. "We have reason to believe she might have escaped from Pinewood Psychiatric Facility about 8 months ago. Patient went missing during a transfer. Record sealed, so we can't be certain, but the timing matches." This revelation sent a new wave of horror through me. We hadn't just encountered a desperate person or ordinary criminal. We'd been at the mercy of someone potentially suffering from severe psychological disturbance, someone unpredictable and untethered from normal human constraints. By the time we finished with the police, the rain had finally stopped. We stood in the gas station parking lot, surveying our mud-splattered vehicle. The hiking trip was obviously over, but the decision to return home immediately was unanimous and unspoken. The drive back was subdued. Occasional attempts at conversation died quickly, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I kept replaying the events, analyzing each moment and decision that had led us to this point. Should I have trusted my initial instinct and kept driving? Could we have helped her without putting ourselves at risk? The questions multiplied without resolution. To this day, I have no idea who that woman truly was or where she came from. In the weeks following our encounter, I obsessively researched crimes in the area, scouring local newspapers and online reports for any information. I found scattered accounts of similar incidents, hikers and campers reporting a strange woman who appeared distressed before robbing them, but nothing that provided closure. The sheriff called once to inform us they'd found our credit cards discarded along a remote forest road. But there was no further progress in the investigation. Eventually, like most unsolved cases in rural areas, it faded from official priority, but it never faded from my mind. The immediate aftermath was predictable. Nightmares, jumpiness, a newfound suspicion of strangers. Iris and I installed a comprehensive security system in our home. Jake started carrying pepper spray. Tabby began seeing a therapist to process the trauma. We all developed new routines and precautions, accommodations to fear that gradually became normal. What lingered most persistently wasn't the robbery itself, but the psychological violation. We had extended compassion and received calculated malice in return. That exchange fundamentally altered how I viewed humanity. 6 months after the incident, we received an unexpected call from the sheriff's department. They'd found a makeshift campsite deep in the national forest that they believed belonged to our attacker. Among the scattered possessions was a notebook containing detailed accounts of numerous robberies, including ours. The entries were disturbing, clinical descriptions devoid of emotion, as though documenting scientific experiments rather than crimes against fellow humans. The woman herself remained at large, a ghost haunting the wilderness and the darker corners of my mind. Sometimes when it rains heavily, I find myself staring out windows, half expecting to see her standing there, watching me with those empty eyes. I imagine her still out there, targeting other Good Samaritans, exploiting human kindness for her survival. We never attempted that hiking trip again. In fact, we've never returned to that part of the state. The wilderness, once a source of rejuvenation and escape, now represents vulnerability and threat. I recognize the irrationality of this response, the statistical improbability of encountering her again, but fear rarely respects statistics. All I know is that we were lucky to escape with our lives. Even though we emerged physically unharmed, the experience fundamentally altered our perception of safety and trust. It makes me physically ill to think that somewhere out there, that wild-eyed woman is most likely terrorizing someone else, manipulating their compassion before revealing the predator beneath the victim's disguise. I've come to understand that the most terrifying monsters aren't supernatural creatures lurking in shadows. They're the humans who walk among us, wearing masks of normalcy or vulnerability, until the moment they choose to reveal their true nature. And that revelation, that sudden transformation from victim to victimizer, contains a horror more profound than any ghost story. Because while you can dismiss ghosts as fiction, there's no denying the very real predators who prey on human kindness. They exist. I met one, and I survive with the knowledge that kindness, that most human of virtues, can sometimes lead us directly into danger. I never introduced myself as a man with exceptional intuition. In retrospect, perhaps I should have listened to the subtle warning signs that prickled along my spine the moment I veered off the main highway. My name is Calvin Hensley, and in the spring of 2017, I decided to take my RV on a solo journey to the remote stretches of Alaska's Kenai Peninsula. Looking back, I wonder if I was running from something or merely toward the promise of solitude. The disappointment of my failed home brewing experiment still lingered. Turns out, fermenting beer requires more finesse than drinking it. My garage still bore the stains from that particularly explosive batch. I needed space, perspective, and perhaps inspiration for a hobby less likely to result in property damage. Portage Valley emerged as my destination after hours of research. Not overrun with tourists, yet renowned for its majestic glaciers and dense forests that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. The kind of place where a man could disappear for a while, reset his bearings, and maybe find a path forward that didn't involve explaining to insurance adjusters why the ceiling had malt extract on it. The journey north was nothing short of breathtaking. My weathered RV hummed along winding roads, the engine's rhythm almost meditative beneath my feet. Towering spruce trees stood as silent sentinels on either side, their shadows dancing across the dashboard as afternoon light filtered through. The air grew crisper with each mile, carrying the mingled scents of pine resin and distant ocean salt. I arrived as daylight began to fade, pulling into a small clearing near a glacial stream. The water ran swift and clear, a mesmerizing blue-white that seemed almost illuminated from within. Mountains rose in the distance, their peaks catching the last golden rays of sunlight before surrendering to dusk. It was the kind of spot that makes you contemplate tossing your cell phone into the water and embracing a life off the grid. As I set about establishing camp, extending the RV's awning, arranging my folding chair, preparing the fire pit, I heard the distinctive rumble of an approaching vehicle. A beat-up pickup truck rattled down the path, its once blue paint now faded to a mottled gray, rust creeping along the wheel wells like a slow disease. It parked some distance away, but close enough that I could make out the driver. He emerged unhurriedly, a burly figure dressed in worn flannel and jeans that had clearly weathered many seasons. His beard was thick and unkempt, his movements deliberate. When our eyes met across the clearing, he offered a perfunctory nod, nothing more, nothing less. I returned the gesture, respecting the unspoken wilderness code that acknowledged presence without demanding social obligations. Friendly type, I muttered to myself as I returned to my tasks. Probably here for the fishing, I reasoned. The glacial waters were known for healthy populations of salmon and trout. I decided I'd properly introduce myself in the morning if our paths crossed again. That first night passed without incident. I cooked a simple meal of beans over the crackling fire, savoring the stillness interrupted only by the occasional call of a distant owl or the gentle rushing of the stream. As darkness enveloped the forest, Stars emerged with startling clarity, thousands of them, more than I'd ever seen in the light-polluted skies back home. It was only as I prepared for sleep that an unsettling realization struck me. I'd forgotten my bear spray. The thought briefly quickened my pulse before I dismissed it with forced nonchalance. Alaska's basically Canada's overachieving sibling, I reassured myself as I climbed into the RV. What's the worst that could happen? Words that would come back to haunt me before my journey's end. Morning arrived with a symphony of birdsong and dappled sunlight filtering through my RV's windows. After a hearty breakfast of instant oatmeal and strong coffee, I decided to explore a nearby trail that promised stunning views of the glacier. My neighbor's truck remained parked in the same spot, though there was no sign of the man himself. Perhaps he'd departed at first light for a day of fishing. The trailhead was marked by a weathered wooden sign, its carved letters faded but still legible. Portage Glacier Outlook, 3.2 miles. A moderate hike by most standards, one I felt adequately prepared for with my day pack containing water, trail mix, and a basic first aid kit. What I couldn't have prepared for was what awaited me along that seemingly innocuous path. The first mile passed pleasantly enough. The trail wound through dense forest, occasionally opening to reveal breathtaking glimpses of the mountains beyond. The air was alive with sounds, rustling leaves, distant bird calls, the soft padding of my boots on the earth. I felt my urban tension melting away with each step, replaced by a growing sense of connection to this pristine wilderness. That sense of peace shattered approximately an hour into my hike. I nearly missed it, a thin wire strung across the path at ankle height. I stopped abruptly, heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. This was no natural formation. Crouching for closer inspection, I recognized it immediately, a snare trap, crude but effective, the kind that could easily catch an unsuspecting animal or person, causing significant injury. "What the hell?" I muttered, carefully stepping over it. My initial thought was that perhaps this was the work of my campsite neighbor. If he was a hunter rather than a fisherman, it would explain the trap. But setting it on a marked hiking trail seemed not just irresponsible, but deliberately dangerous. I made a mental note to report it to park rangers when I returned to civilization. Continuing with heightened caution, I found my gaze constantly scanning the ground ahead. The enjoyment of the hike had diminished, replaced by a persistent wariness that kept my shoulders tense. My vigilance proved necessary when, further along, I encountered more traps. Some were additional wire snares, others were shallow pits covered with branches and leaves, primitive but potentially effective. It was like navigating a twisted obstacle course designed by someone with malicious intent. "Well, Calvin," I murmured dryly to myself, "you've officially entered the world's worst theme park." As the trail delved deeper into the forest, the trees grew more densely packed, filtering the sunlight into thin spectral beams that barely penetrated the canopy. The atmosphere had shifted subtly. What had felt refreshing and invigorating now carried an undercurrent of menace. I considered turning back but found myself drawn forward by a troubling curiosity. Who would set these traps, and why? The path narrowed, becoming less defined, suggesting it was rarely traveled. I questioned whether I'd somehow strayed from the main trail, but continued forward, guided by an inexplicable compulsion to discover what lay ahead. The forest had grown eerily quiet, as if the wildlife sensed something I couldn't. Then I saw it, a cabin nestled among ancient pines, almost camouflaged by strategic positioning and overgrowth. It wasn't marked on any of the maps I'd studied. Smoke wafted lazily from a crooked chimney, confirming human presence. The structure itself was rough-hewn logs, the windows small and covered with what appeared to be burlap from the inside. Surrounding the cabin was an assortment of concerning items: animal skins stretched on drying racks, tools scattered across a blood-stained table, and most disturbing of all, a collection of large metal cages arranged behind the structure. Though empty, their interiors were stained with dark substances I didn't want to identify. The rational part of my brain screamed warnings. This wasn't a park ranger outpost or a licensed hunting lodge. This was something altogether more sinister. Yet I found myself moving closer, drawn by the same morbid fascination that compels people to slow down at accident scenes. A sound from within the cabin, movement, the scrape of a chair, sent me ducking behind a sizable pile of neatly stacked firewood. My heart pounded so loudly, I feared it might give away my position. From my hiding place, I watched as the door swung open with a protesting creak. The burly man from the pickup truck emerged, but his appearance had transformed. Gone was the merely unkempt stranger. Before me stood someone whose very posture radiated danger. He was dragging something heavy wrapped in a stained tarp, the effort causing him to grunt with exertion. He heaved his burden onto a crude wooden table positioned in a small clearing beside the cabin. With practiced movements, he unwrapped the tarp. The contents made my blood run cold. It was a human body, male, perhaps in his 30s, unquestionably deceased. The corpse bore multiple lacerations, some appearing methodical rather than frenzied. With clinical detachment, the man pulled a large hunting knife from his belt and began systematically dissecting the body, separating flesh from bone with the precision of someone who had performed this macabre task many times before. Bile rose in my throat. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to vomit, to scream, to run blindly through the forest. My mind reeled, struggling to process the horror unfolding before me. This wasn't a hunter. This was a predator of the most dangerous kind. In my shocked state, I made a fatal error. As I shifted position to better conceal myself, my foot caught on a metal can, sending it clattering across the ground with what seemed like deafening volume. The man's head snapped up, knife suspended in midair, eyes scanning the surrounding area with predatory focus. "Who's there?" His voice was rough, tinged with annoyance rather than alarm, the reaction of someone inconvenienced, not frightened. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. Abandoning stealth, I bolted toward the trail, propelled by pure adrenaline. Behind me, I heard the knife clatter against the table, and heavy footsteps pursuing me. "You can't hide!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. "I know these woods better than you know your own name." I had no doubt he spoke the truth. Fear has a way of sharpening your senses to razor precision while simultaneously clouding rational thought. As I crashed through the underbrush, veering away from the established trail, my mind raced in fragmented, panicked loops. Why hadn't I stayed by the RV? Why had I thought a solo hike in remote wilderness was a good idea? And why, of all the possible items to forget, had I left my Swiss Army knife back at camp? The forest that had seemed so welcoming hours earlier now felt hostile, each root and branch an obstacle designed to slow my escape. Behind me, I could hear my pursuer moving with the efficiency of someone intimately familiar with this terrain. He wasn't rushing, wasn't wasting energy. He was tracking me with the patience of a predator who knows his quarry has nowhere to go. I spotted a massive fallen tree ahead, its trunk partially hollowed by decay. Without hesitation, I dropped to my knees and squeezed beneath it, pressing my body against the damp earth. The musty scent of decomposing wood and soil filled my nostrils as I struggled to control my ragged breathing. I needed to think, to formulate a plan beyond blind panic. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped. From my hiding place, I could see his boots, worn leather caked with substances I didn't want to contemplate, standing just yards away. My pulse throbbed in my ears, so loud I was certain he must hear it. "Come on out," he called, his tone conversational, almost friendly. "We can sort this out like men?" I remained motionless, hardly daring to breathe. Yeah, because that worked out so well for the last guy, I thought bitterly. After what felt like an eternity, he moved on, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading. I waited several more minutes, counting slowly to 300, before cautiously emerging from my hiding place. My jeans were soaked with mud, hands scratched and bleeding from my desperate flight through the forest. Every instinct urged me to run, but I forced myself to move slowly, deliberately. Blind speed would only lead to noise and mistakes. I needed to return to my RV without leaving an obvious trail. The sun had shifted position, making it difficult to get my bearings. but I oriented myself using the distant ridgeline visible through breaks in the canopy. I moved in a wide arc, avoiding the path that would lead directly back to the trail. Each step was carefully placed, each sound analyzed. Was that branch breaking beneath my foot, or was it him circling back? Was that distant rustling the wind in the leaves, or was he closing in from another direction? After an agonizing hour of this cautious progress, I spotted a familiar landmark, a distinctive lightning-struck tree I'd passed on my hike in. Relief surged through me. The RV couldn't be more than half a mile away now. I increased my pace, hope lending strength to my exhausted legs. The campsite came into view, my RV standing exactly as I'd left it, the sight of it almost bringing tears to my eyes. I scanned the area quickly, seeing no sign of the pickup truck or its murderous owner. Had he lost my trail? Was he still searching the woods, assuming I'd continue deeper into the wilderness rather than circling back? I didn't have time to contemplate these questions. Sprinting the final stretch, I yanked open the RV door, throwing myself inside and engaging the lock with trembling fingers. The key was still in the ignition where I'd left it, a small mercy in this nightmare scenario. I turned it, and the engine rumbled to life. Just as I shifted into gear, something slammed against the side of the RV with enough force to rock the entire vehicle. My head whipped toward the window, and there he was, eyes wild with excitement rather than anger, his weathered face split by a grin that contained no humor. In his hand gleamed the blood-stained axe I'd seen propped against the cabin wall. "Leaving so soon?" he called through the glass, his voice muffled, but still carrying that same conversational tone. "We've hardly had a chance to get acquainted." I didn't respond. My foot pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the RV lurched forward with a protesting groan. He swung the axe as I passed, the blade connecting with the side mirror, shattering it in a spray of glass and plastic. "That's coming out of the deposit," I mumbled nonsensically, swerving onto the main road, tires spitting gravel. In the rearview mirror, I could see him standing in the clearing, watching my retreat, making no attempt to pursue on foot. His stance was relaxed, almost casual. It was the posture of someone who wasn't concerned, who perhaps had seen this scenario play out before and knew something I didn't. I drove faster than I'd ever pushed the aging RV, not daring to slow even when the engine protested the steep inclines. The narrow road twisted through the forest, each bend potentially concealing danger. I half expected to round a corner and find him standing in the middle of the road, or to discover the path blocked by a felled tree. After what felt like hours, but was likely less than 40 minutes, I reached a small town whose name I didn't even register. The main street consisted of a handful of businesses, a general store, a gas station, and a diner with a neon open sign glowing in the growing dusk. I pulled into the diner's parking lot, the RV's brakes squealing as I brought it to an abrupt stop. My legs nearly gave out as I stumbled from the vehicle. I must have been a sight, clothes torn and mud-caked, face scratched, eyes wild with lingering terror. The bell above the diner door jingled cheerfully as I burst in, drawing the curious gazes of the handful of patrons inside. A middle-aged waitress approached, coffee pot in hand, her expression shifting from welcoming to concerned as she took in my appearance. "Someone's after me," I managed to say, the words coming out hoarse and desperate. "He's killed someone. I saw him. He's cutting up a body in the woods." To her credit, she didn't dismiss me as a raving lunatic. She nodded slowly, set down the coffee pot, and picked up the phone behind the counter. As she dialed, I sank into the nearest booth, exhaustion suddenly crashing over me like a wave. While waiting for the authorities to arrive, my gaze drifted to a bulletin board near the entrance. It was covered with community notices, advertisements, and missing person flyers. At least half a dozen faces stared back at me, mostly men of varying ages. All reported missing in the surrounding area over the past 2 years. My stomach churned as the implications sank in. This wasn't an isolated incident. The man in the woods hadn't claimed his first victim today. I'd stumbled upon something far worse than I could have imagined. The local police station was a modest building that seemed to serve multiple functions for the small community. The walls were adorned with faded photographs of wilderness landscapes and what appeared to be local sports teams from decades past. I sat in a hard plastic chair, hands wrapped around a styrofoam cup of coffee that had long since gone cold, recounting my experience for the third time to a detective who had driven in from the nearest city. 2 officers had already been dispatched to investigate the cabin, while another stayed with me to take my statement. The detective, Lowry, according to his nameplate, was a weathered man in his 50s who listened with an expression that never quite revealed whether he believed me or thought I was suffering from wilderness-induced delusions. "And you're certain about what you saw?" he asked, tapping his pen against his notepad. "The body, the dissection, you're absolutely sure?" "Yes," I replied, suppressing a shudder at the memory. "I know what I saw. The man was methodically cutting up a human body. There were cages behind the cabin, tools for processing. This wasn't some hunter dressing a deer." Lowry nodded slowly. "You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Hensley. If what you're saying is accurate—" "Story of my life," I interjected with a weak smile, attempting gallows humor to mask the tremor in my voice. "Always seemed to be in the wrong place at the wrong time." As night fell outside the station windows, we waited for news from the officers who had gone to investigate. The tension in my shoulders had hardened into painful knots, and despite the multiple cups of coffee, exhaustion tugged at me. I must have dozed off in the chair because I startled awake when the door banged open. One of the officers who had gone to the cabin stood in the doorway, his uniform dirty and his expression grim. He beckoned Detective Lowry, and they conferred in hushed tones just out of my earshot. The officer kept glancing in my direction, his face a mixture of disbelief and something that looked unsettlingly like respect. Lowry returned to where I sat, his previous professional detachment replaced by a focused intensity. "They found the cabin," he confirmed, pulling up a chair to sit directly across from me. "And the body, just as you described. Also evidence linking the suspect to multiple disappearances in the area." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "Any idea who he is?" Lowry hesitated, then sighed. "We believe he's Ethan McAllister. Used to be a hunting guide around these parts before he went off the grid years ago after some incidents." "Incidents?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. "Clients went missing under his supervision. Never enough evidence to charge him with anything. Statements from others suggested he'd become increasingly erratic, talking about how humans had lost their connection to the true wilderness experience." "Great," I muttered. I stumbled into the lair of a long-standing serial killer with a wilderness philosophy. Detective Lowry didn't contradict me. "We've got every available officer searching the area, but McAllister knows that terrain better than anyone. He could be anywhere by now." They advised me to stay in town for at least a couple of days while they continued the search. The local motel was basic but clean, a definite step up from sleeping in the RV, which now felt tainted by my encounter with McAllister. I accepted their recommendation without argument, having no desire to return to the wilderness anytime soon. The following morning, I walked to the diner where I'd first sought help. The same waitress was working, her name tag identifying her as Linda. She gave me a sympathetic look as I slid onto a stool at the counter. "Rough night?" she asked, already pouring coffee without waiting for my order. "You could say that," I replied, gratefully accepting the steaming mug. "But on the bright side, I think I've had my fill of adventure for a while." She chuckled, the sound warm and comforting in its normalcy. "Most excitement we've had here in years. Maybe you should stick around. We could use someone to liven things up." "I think my idea of fun might be hazardous to everyone's health," I said with a wry smile. After breakfast, I spent the day wandering the small town, trying to shake off the lingering dread that seemed to have taken up residence in my chest. The locals were friendly enough, though I noticed they gave me curious glances. News traveled fast in communities this size, and I was now that guy who found the killer's cabin. Throughout the day, I'd periodically catch glimpses of flannel shirts or hear the rumble of truck engines that would send my heart racing, only to realize it was just an ordinary townsperson going about their business. The fear had lodged itself deep, transforming mundane sights and sounds into potential threats. By evening, Detective Lowry sought me out at the motel with an update. The investigation had uncovered more than anyone anticipated. "We found a network of tunnels beneath the cabin," he explained, his face drawn with fatigue. They were filled with personal belongings from the missing persons, wallets, jewelry, clothing. "It's worse than we imagined, Mr. Hensley. Based on the evidence, McAllister has been operating in this area for over a decade." I absorbed this information with a growing sense of horror. "And no one suspected? All those missing persons reports? People go missing in the wilderness all the time," Lowry interrupted, though his tone suggested he found this explanation as unsatisfactory as I did. "Hikers get lost, climbers fall, tourists underestimate the dangers. Without conclusive evidence linking the disappearances, they were treated as isolated incidents." He looked at me with unexpected earnestness. "Thanks to you, we have a chance to put an end to it." "Glad I could help," I said, though I didn't feel particularly heroic. I'd stumbled onto McAllister's operation by sheer bad luck, and my only achievement had been managing not to become his next victim. That night, I locked the door of my motel room and wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. The curtains remained tightly closed, though I checked behind them repeatedly before finally attempting to sleep. Exhaustion eventually overcame anxiety, and I drifted into uneasy slumber. A thunderous banging jolted me awake. Disoriented, I sat upright in bed, heart pounding. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. The pounding continued, more urgent now. "Calvin, open up," a voice called. It was Detective Lowry. I scrambled to the door, moving the chair aside and fumbling with the lock. "What's going on?" Lowry stood in the hallway, uniform disheveled, expression tense. "McAllister's been spotted on the outskirts of town. We need to get you to a safe location immediately." "You're kidding me," I groaned even as I grabbed my jacket. "Does this guy ever quit?" "Not in our experience," Lowry replied grimly. They escorted me to the police station, which had transformed into a command center of sorts. Officers moved with purpose, radios crackled with terse updates, and a large map of the area was spread across a table, marked with various notations. Reports were coming in from all over town, a shadow glimpsed behind the general store, footprints in the mud near the elementary school, a truck matching McAllister's seen idling at the edge of town before speeding away when approached. It was as if he were everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, a phantom terrorizing the community. Hours stretched on, dawn arriving with no resolution. The initial frantic energy had given way to a tense waiting game. Some officers suggested McAllister might have moved on, recognizing that the area had become too hot for him to operate safely. "Or he's waiting for the right moment," I muttered, voicing the fear that had settled like a stone in my gut. By midday, they received a promising lead. A farmer had discovered an abandoned truck concealed in his barn, roughly 3 miles from town. In the vehicle's bed was a stash of weapons, hunting gear, and several items that appeared to match belongings from the missing persons. "That's got to be his," the police chief declared. "We're closing in." They intensified the search, focusing on the rural areas surrounding the farm where the truck had been found. I remained at the station, pacing the small lobby, feeling simultaneously useless and exposed. The waiting was its own form of torture. Linda from the diner appeared around lunchtime, carrying a thermos of coffee and a paper bag containing a sandwich. "Thought you might need this," she offered, setting them on the counter beside me. "You're a lifesaver," I said, accepting the food gratefully. "Any news out there? People talking?" "Nothing concrete," she replied, leaning against the counter. "Town's locked down tight. Everyone's staying indoors. You holding up okay?" "I feel like a sitting duck," I admitted. "At least you're a well-fed duck," she joked, and I managed a genuine laugh for the first time in days. As night approached, the tension in the station became almost unbearable. Then came the call that changed everything. Officers had cornered McAllister at an abandoned sawmill at the edge of town. Multiple units swarmed to the location, leaving behind a skeleton crew at the station for security. I waited in agonizing silence. Linda had stayed, neither of us acknowledging that she had no official reason to be there, but both drawing comfort from each other's presence. The minutes stretched into hours, the sparse updates over the radio cryptic and insufficient to piece together what was happening. Finally, the station door swung open and the police chief entered. His uniform was dirty, his expression grim but relieved. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. "It's over," he announced simply. "McAllister is dead." "How?" I asked, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "He engaged our officers in a firefight, refused to surrender." The chief's tone made it clear he considered this outcome preferable to a lengthy trial. "He didn't make it." A weight I hadn't fully acknowledged lifted from my shoulders. The nightmare was truly over. McAllister couldn't hurt anyone else, couldn't hunt me through the forest or through my dreams. "So that's it?" I asked, still struggling to believe it could end so definitively. "That's it," the chief confirmed. "We'll need your official statement for the records, but after that, you're free to go whenever you're ready." In the aftermath, the town began the slow process of healing. The true extent of McAllister's crimes emerged as investigators continued to process the cabin and associated sites. Families of the missing received the grim closure they had sought for years, though the pain would never fully fade. I remained in town for another week, helping with the investigation where I could, providing details about the cabin and my encounter. The authorities were particularly interested in McAllister's journal, recovered from the sawmill, which detailed his twisted philosophy. He had viewed himself as an apex predator, testing humans' worthiness to exist in the wilderness he considered his domain. When it came time to leave, I found myself reluctant to go. Despite the horror that had brought me there, I'd formed connections with the townspeople, particularly Linda, who came to see me off as I prepared to depart in my repaired RV. "Back to the open road?" she asked, leaning against the vehicle's side. "Thinking of taking a break from the wilderness," I replied honestly. "Maybe visit some crowded beaches. Safety in numbers, right?" She smiled, the expression genuine but tinged with something deeper. "Take care of yourself, Calvin, and maybe consider sticking to hobbies that don't involve life-threatening situations." "I'll do my best," I promised, though we both knew trouble had a way of finding me regardless of my intentions. As I drove away from the town, the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape that seemed to transform even the most ordinary sights into something beautiful. The highway stretched before me, empty and full of possibility. I couldn't help but reflect on how a random decision, the choice of this particular destination, this specific campsite, had thrown me into the path of a killer. But that horror was behind me now. Ahead lay miles of road and the promise of new adventures, hopefully less deadly ones. The wilderness had revealed its darkest aspects to me, but also shown me something about myself, a resilience I hadn't known I possessed. As the town disappeared in my rearview mirror, I felt not just relief, but a strange sense of rebirth. I was Calvin Hensley, survivor. And whatever the road ahead might hold, I would face it with the knowledge that I had stared into the abyss of human depravity and emerged intact. The RV's engine hummed beneath me, a comforting reminder that I was moving forward, away from darkness and into whatever light awaited. The trail disappeared beneath a canopy of old-growth pines as I pushed deeper into the Adirondack wilderness. 3 days of solitary hiking stretched ahead of me, a necessary reprieve from months of grinding deadlines and fluorescent office lighting. I'd selected the unmarked northern route, specifically because rangers at the station had mentioned how few hikers ventured there. "Most folks stick to the marked trails," the older ranger had said, his weathered face creasing with concern as he studied my planned route. "This area gets mighty isolated." That was precisely the point. I needed isolation. What I didn't need was the strange warning he'd added as I turned to leave. "Watch yourself up there," he'd said, voice dropping. "Especially after dark. Local tribes had stories about those woods. Stories about things that, well, let's just say there's good reason that trail's unofficial." I'd laughed it off then. Indigenous folklore was fascinating but hardly a deterrent for an experienced backpacker. 5 hours of hiking later, with the September sun slipping behind jagged peaks, I wasn't laughing anymore. The first strange incident occurred around dusk. I'd set up camp in a small clearing beside a stream, tent erected, fire crackling, freeze-dried dinner rehydrating in its pouch. The forest had grown unnaturally quiet. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but a strained silence that pressed against my eardrums. Even the stream seemed to muffle its babbling. Movement caught my eye across the clearing. Just a shadow passing between distant trees. Probably a deer, I reasoned. Yet something about the silhouette seemed wrong. Too tall, too thin, too deliberate in its movements. I blinked, and it was gone. Sleep came uneasily that night. Twice I jolted awake, certain I'd heard footsteps circling my tent. The second time I unzipped the flap and peered out into absolute darkness. My headlamp illuminated nothing but trees and underbrush, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. I secured the tent and kept my hunting knife close. Morning arrived gray and misty. As I packed my gear, I discovered odd impressions in the dirt surrounding my campsite. Not quite footprints, but elongated depressions that started and stopped illogically. A peculiar arrangement of stones had appeared near my fire pit, 3 rocks positioned in a perfect triangle with a smaller stone in the center. I hadn't put them there. I shouldered my pack and continued north, consulting my topographical map. According to local information, an abandoned fire tower stood 8 miles ahead, my destination for day 2. The trail grew increasingly faint, requiring careful navigation through dense forest and rocky outcroppings. By midday, sweat drenched my shirt despite the cool air. At a small stream crossing, I paused to refill water bottles. The reflection in the clear water showed exhaustion etched across my face, but something else registered in my peripheral vision. A figure standing among the trees behind me, watching. I spun around, heart pounding, but saw only forest. 2 miles later, I found the first inexplicable artifact, a crude stick figure hanging from a low branch across the trail. 2 crossed sticks bound with what looked like hair. Indigenous artwork from hikers? Teenagers playing pranks? The rational explanations didn't dispel my unease. 3 more appeared over the next mile, each more elaborate than the last. The 4th incorporated bones, small ones, likely from rodents. I photographed them before moving on, unable to shake the feeling they'd been placed specifically for me to find. The fire tower appeared through the trees around 4 p.m., a rusted metal skeleton against the darkening sky. Its presence should have been reassuring, but something felt wrong. The clearing surrounding it was too silent. No birds called, no insects buzzed, just oppressive silence and the creaking of metal in the rising wind. I climbed carefully, testing each step on the weathered stairs. From the observation platform I could see for miles, endless forest canopy rolling toward distant mountains. Beautiful, yet somehow threatening in its vastness. I decided to camp inside the tower's base level, rather than outside exposed in the clearing. As darkness fell, I prepared a cold dinner, unwilling to risk a fire that might attract attention. The metal walls provided an illusion of security as I arranged my sleeping bag and emergency radio. Just after midnight, the scratching began. Light at first, like branches against metal, then more deliberate, rhythmic, almost like communication. I sat frozen, listening to the methodical scratching move around the tower's perimeter. When it reached the door, it stopped. Seconds passed in complete silence before 3 distinct knocks sounded, as purposeful as a visitor announcing their presence. I didn't answer. I didn't breathe. The knocking repeated, louder. Then a voice, or something approximating a voice, called my name. Not my full name, but the nickname only my closest friends used. A strangled, guttural approximation that sounded like it came from a throat not designed for human speech. How did it know? How could it possibly know? I clutched my knife and waited as the scratching resumed, continuing for hours until gray dawn finally broke through the tower's small windows. When I gathered the courage to examine the exterior in the morning light, long, vertical gouges marked the metal walls, some deep enough to penetrate the aged steel. I left with first light, abandoning my plan to spend another night in the wilderness. Whatever, or whoever, was out there. They knew I was alone. They knew my name, and they were closing in. I headed east toward the nearest marked trail, hoping to intercept day hikers or rangers. My map showed a junction approximately 7 miles away, a grueling day's hike through increasingly difficult terrain, but my only viable option for reaching civilization quickly. The forest felt different that morning. The trees seemed to lean inward, branches reaching like gnarled fingers. Twice I lost the trail completely, forced to backtrack and search for subtle markers. By noon, an unsettling realization took hold. The landmarks weren't matching my map. Either the map was wrong or I was being deliberately led astray. Around 2 o'clock, I emerged into a small meadow dotted with wildflowers. At its center stood a solitary tree stump, unnaturally flat on top. Something compelled me to approach it. Arranged carefully on the weathered surface were 3 items: a tarnished compass that spun erratically, a small animal skull, rabbit perhaps, and a faded photograph. I picked up the photograph with trembling fingers. The image showed a group of hikers standing before a familiar landscape, the very mountains visible from the fire tower. Their faces were scratched out with something sharp, all except one: mine. It was impossible. The photo came from my college hiking club, taken 5 years earlier during a completely different trip hundreds of miles from here. I kept it tucked in a photo album in my apartment. No one could have accessed it. I dropped the photo and backed away, nearly tripping over exposed roots. The woods had gone silent again, that same oppressive silence from the previous day. I grabbed my backpack and ran, no longer caring about following any trail, driven only by the need to put distance between myself and that meadow. The terrain grew steeper. Clouds rolled in, dark and threatening. The first raindrops fell as I scrambled up a rocky slope, seeking higher ground and better visibility. Lightning flashed, temporarily blinding me. In the afterimage, I glimpsed a figure standing among distant trees, tall, impossibly thin, watching. When my vision cleared, nothing was there. Rain fell in sheets as I found shelter beneath an overhanging cliff face. The small, cave-like recess offered protection from the downpour but trapped me as darkness approached. No chance of reaching the trail junction before nightfall. I would have to make camp here and continue at first light. With shaking hands, I set up my emergency tent, arranged my sleeping bag, and prepared a cold dinner from remaining rations. My phone showed no signal. Not surprising given the remote location and storm. The GPS function still worked though, and confirmed my worst fears. I had somehow been moving in a wide circle, ending up just 3 miles northeast of the fire tower. Nearly a full day of hiking had gained me almost nothing. As the storm intensified, I noticed markings on the cave walls, crude pictures etched into stone. Some appeared ancient, hunters pursuing deer, astronomical symbols, while others seemed disturbingly recent. One drawing in particular caught my attention: stick figures fleeing from a tall, emaciated form with elongated limbs. Above it, scratched in what looked like modern English, "It wears their faces." Local legends about skinwalkers surfaced from my memory, shape-shifting witches from Navajo folklore who could assume animal forms or, more terrifyingly, mimic specific humans after learning enough about them. The ranger's warning took on new significance. I told myself these were just stories, just myths designed to explain predators or warn children away from dangerous areas. But alone in that cave, with lightning illuminating nightmare shapes in the forest below, rational thought proved difficult to maintain. The rain continued for hours. I dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every crack of thunder. During one such moment of consciousness, I became aware of a sound beneath the storm's fury, rhythmic tapping outside the cave entrance. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I fumbled for my flashlight. The beam caught nothing but sheets of rain and swaying branches. The tapping continued, moving around the perimeter of my shelter. Then whispers, so faint I strained to hear them beneath the storm, yet somehow simultaneously inside my head. My name again, in that same strangled approximation of human speech, followed by words I couldn't quite decipher. A lightning flash revealed a figure crouched at the cave entrance, humanoid but wrong in fundamental ways. Two long limbs folded at impossible angles, skin that didn't sit right on its frame, like an ill-fitting suit, eyes reflecting my flashlight beam with unnatural brightness. I scrambled backward, pressing against the cave wall. When lightning flashed again, the entrance was empty. Sleep became impossible. I spent the remaining hours of darkness huddled against the rock face, knife in hand, listening to that rhythmic tapping circle my position. With first light, the rain finally subsided, revealing a forest draped in mist. Outside the cave, pressed into mud, I found tracks, not animal prints, not quite human either. They approached from the forest, circled the cave's perimeter exactly where I'd heard the tapping, then vanished mid-stride, as if whatever made them had simply ceased to exist. More disturbing was what I found hanging from a branch directly outside my shelter, my college ID card, which had been safely stored in my apartment back in the city. I gathered my gear with frantic energy. As I shouldered my pack, something caught my attention on the cave wall where I'd been sitting, a fresh etching I hadn't noticed in the darkness. A crude representation of a person sleeping in a cave with a tall, thin figure standing over them. The sleeper's face was scratched away. Whatever was hunting me had been inside the cave while I slept. The forest floor remained treacherous after the night's downpour. Twice I slipped on mud-slicked rocks, the second fall wrenching my ankle painfully. I fashioned a makeshift brace using a bandana and pushed onward, determined to reach the marked trail junction before nightfall. My mind raced through explanations for what was happening. A deranged hunter targeting hikers, some territorial mountaineer trying to scare visitors away. Each theory seemed plausible until I remembered the photograph, my college ID, items that couldn't possibly be here. Around midday, I discovered fresh boot prints on the trail, normal human prints heading east. Another hiker. I followed eagerly, moving as quickly as my injured ankle allowed. The prints led to a small clearing where they abruptly transformed into those same unnatural tracks I'd seen outside the cave, as if the hiker had morphed mid-stride into something else. I leaned against a tree, fighting waves of nausea. The implications were too horrifying to contemplate. I checked my map again, recalculated my position using visible landmarks, and estimated another 4 hours to the junction. If I maintained a steady pace, I might reach it before dark. The forest grew denser as the afternoon progressed. Pine branches closed overhead, blocking much of the already fading sunlight. The path narrowed, sometimes disappearing completely beneath thick underbrush. I began marking my route with bright orange surveyor's tape from my emergency kit, tying strips to branches at regular intervals. 3 hours later, I saw something that stopped me cold. Ahead on the trail hung strips of orange tape, identical to mine, except I hadn't been this way before. I approached cautiously, examining the nearest piece. The knot was precisely the same distinctive style I'd been using. Something was mimicking my actions, anticipating my route. A branch snapped somewhere to my left. I spun toward the sound, heartbeat thundering in my ears. Nothing visible through the dense foliage, but the sensation of being watched intensified. I picked up a sturdy branch as a makeshift weapon and continued forward, constantly scanning my surroundings. The junction appeared ahead just as the sun dipped behind the mountains, a wooden trail marker indicating routes to the ranger station, 7 miles, and Black Pine Lake, 3 miles. Relief flooded through me at this sign of established civilization. The ranger station was too far with night approaching, and my injured ankle increasingly painful. The lake, however, often featured campsites with other hikers. Safety in numbers. I turned toward the lake, moving quickly despite my fatigue. The trail here was well maintained, allowing faster progress. As darkness gathered, I switched on my headlamp and pressed forward. The forest opened occasionally, providing glimpses of stars appearing in the twilight sky. Under different circumstances, it would have been beautiful. The attack came without warning. Something struck me from behind with enough force to send me sprawling face first onto the trail. My headlamp flew off, plunging me into darkness. I rolled instinctively, bringing up the branch as a shield, just as a weight descended. In the struggle, my fingers brushed against something that felt horribly like a human face. But wrong, texture all wrong, like leather poorly stretched over bone. I kicked out blindly, connecting with something solid. A high, inhuman shriek pierced the night as the weight lifted. I scrambled for my fallen headlamp, fingers closing around it, just as crashing sounds indicated my attacker retreating through underbrush. The beam revealed nothing but swaying branches and disturbed leaves. Blood trickled from a gash on my forehead, and my pack had been partially torn open. Shaking uncontrollably, I checked the damage: some food gone, my map missing, water bottle punctured. The emergency radio remained intact, though it had yet to pick up any frequencies since I'd entered this region. I couldn't stay here. Despite my exhaustion, I pushed onward toward the lake, hoping desperately for the safety of other campers. The trail descended sharply, switchbacking through rock outcroppings. My headlamp caught reflections ahead: water, black Pine Lake. The shore appeared deserted. No tents, no campfires, no signs of human presence. I had gambled and lost. Whatever stalked me now had me cornered against the water with darkness fallen completely. I found a defensible position, a jumble of large boulders near the shore, and wedged myself into a crevice where nothing could approach unseen. The night stretched endlessly as strange calls echoed across the lake. Not quite animal, not quite human. Sometimes they seemed to answer each other from different directions. Sometimes they mimicked my own voice, calling for help. Around midnight, the voices changed tactics. I heard my mother's voice calling my name, impossible, as she had passed away 3 years earlier. Then my close friend's voice, pleading for assistance, my ex-partner claiming to be injured. Each voice perfect in its recreation, yet fundamentally wrong in subtle ways that raised the hair on my neck. It wears their faces, the cave etching had warned. The Skinwalker legends described creatures that could mimic voices after hearing them just once. Light appeared across the lake, a bobbing flashlight approaching the shore. Human voices called out, "Actual hikers?" I nearly responded before noticing something crucial. The light moved unnaturally, too smooth, never shifting with footsteps on uneven ground. The voices maintained perfect volume, despite changing distance. I remained silent, watching as 3 lights now moved along the distant shore. They stopped directly across from my position, beams pointing toward me, though I remained hidden in shadow. After several minutes, they extinguished simultaneously. Something entered the water. Ripples spread across the lake's surface, visible in the moonlight. Something was swimming toward me. I pressed deeper into my crevice, clutching my knife. The splashing stopped halfway across the lake. Minutes passed in silence before a dark shape emerged from the water, not at the shore but impossibly, 50 feet inland and behind my position. I heard it moving through the trees, circling my hideout. Water dripped as it passed, accompanied by a wet, slithering sound like sodden clothes dragging across rock. It paused just outside my field of vision, breathing with a ragged, uneven rhythm. My radio crackled suddenly, the first signal it had detected since entering the forest. Through bursts of static, a voice emerged. "Immediate evacuation. Dangerous individual in northwestern sector. Armed and extremely dangerous. All hikers return to ranger stations." The presence outside froze. The breathing stopped. Then, impossibly, the same warning repeated from the darkness. A perfect mimicry of the radio transmission, but coming from directly behind me. Dawn revealed what night had concealed. A landscape transformed by my pursuers' nocturnal activities. Dozens of stick figures hung from surrounding trees, dancing in the morning breeze. Stones arranged in intricate patterns encircled my hideout. Most disturbing were the photographs, images from my own life strung between branches like grotesque decorations. Me at graduation, me at my mother's funeral, me hiking with friends in places far from here, all with my face meticulously removed. I had no memory of bringing these photographs. They had been stored in albums at my apartment. Their presence here defied explanation. My ankle had swollen significantly overnight, the pain now excruciating with each step. The ranger station lay 7 miles away according to the trail marker, a journey that would typically take 3 hours but might now require double that time. I fashioned a walking stick from a fallen branch and set out, constantly scanning for movement among the trees. The trail wound through dense forest before opening onto a ridge offering expansive views of the valley below. In the distance, I could make out buildings, the ranger station, my destination. So close, yet impossibly far given my condition. I activated my emergency radio again, broadcasting distress calls on all frequencies. Only static answered. The battery indicator blinked red. Perhaps 1 hour of power remaining. I switched it off to conserve energy for when I might be closer to civilization. The ridge trail narrowed dangerously, with steep drop-offs to my right. As I navigated a particularly treacherous section, I noticed something unusual: fresh boot prints in the muddy trail ahead. Normal, human prints, similar to those I'd followed yesterday before they transformed. A hiker, a ranger, or another trick. I followed cautiously, alert for any sign of deception. The prints maintained their human appearance for nearly a mile before I discovered their source. A single boot abandoned on the trail, its mate nowhere to be found. Beside it lay a ranger's hat, brim stained with what appeared to be dried blood. A trap, then. I diverted from the trail, choosing instead to parallel it through the underbrush. Slower going, but offering better concealment. The day grew unusually warm for September, sweat soaking my shirt as I pushed through dense vegetation. My water supply had dwindled to half a bottle, forcing careful rationing. By mid-afternoon, I'd covered perhaps 3 miles, less than half the distance to safety. My injured ankle had begun to alter my gait, each step sending jolts of pain up my leg. I paused in a small clearing to rest, propping my foot on a fallen log to reduce swelling. The quiet snap of a twig brought me instantly alert. 20 yards away, partially obscured by foliage, stood a figure. Human in general outline, but wrong in all particulars. Limbs too long, joints bending in impossible directions, head cocked at an unnatural angle. It wore what appeared to be standard hiking clothes, but they hung oddly on its frame, as if the body beneath didn't match the garments designed for human proportions. Most disturbing was its face, or rather, the absence of clearly defined features. In their place was a shadowed suggestion of eyes, nose, and mouth that seemed to shift and reform when viewed directly. The longer I stared, the more its facial features resembled my own. Neither of us moved. It made no aggressive action, simply observing with that not-quite face. After nearly a minute of the standoff, it retreated backward into the forest without turning around, maintaining eye contact until foliage concealed it completely. I abandoned any pretense of rest and continued immediately, ignoring the screaming pain in my ankle. The encounter had confirmed my worst fears. Whatever pursued me was neither fully human nor animal, but something that existed in the terrible space between categories. The trail descended steeply into a ravine where a wooden footbridge spanned a rushing stream. Halfway across, I spotted a familiar orange surveyor's tape tied to the railing, identical to what I'd been using to mark my route yesterday. Attached to it was a torn page from my own journal, containing entries from months ago. Words had been circled seemingly at random, forming a new message when read sequentially. I know where you sleep, I know your voice, I know your face, I will wear it soon. I crossed the bridge quickly and continued uphill, driven by fresh terror. The trail split at a junction, one path continuing toward the ranger station, another leading to an overlook according to a weathered sign. I took the main path, pushing my deteriorating body to its limits. Late afternoon brought me to a clearing containing a small, dilapidated cabin, likely an old Forest Service outpost. Its windows were boarded, door hanging askew on rusted hinges. Desperate for shelter with night approaching, I approached cautiously. The interior remained largely intact, a single room with basic furniture including a metal frame bed, wooden table, and cast iron stove. Dust covered everything, undisturbed for what appeared to be years. I closed and barricaded the door using the table, then checked the boarded windows for security. Only after establishing these basic precautions did I notice the wall opposite the door, covered entirely with photographs. My photographs. Hundreds of them, documenting nearly my entire life from childhood onward. School portraits, family gatherings, recent hiking trips. Many I recognized from my own collection. Others appeared to have been taken without my knowledge. Me shopping, me at restaurants, me entering my apartment building. In each image, my face had been meticulously removed, not torn or cut out, but carefully burned away, leaving perfect oval holes in the paper. Below this grotesque collage, written in what appeared to be dried blood, "Your face is almost mine." I backed toward the door, planned to shelter forgotten. As I moved the table barricade, something heavy thudded onto the roof. Dust showered down as footsteps traversed the ceiling, slow, deliberate steps too heavy for any forest animal. The footsteps stopped directly overhead. A scratching sound followed, then silence. Seconds later, something began to emerge from the chimney. Impossibly long, joint-bent limbs, feeling blindly along the stove's cold surface. I abandoned all pretense of quietness, throwing aside the barricade and bursting outside. Twilight had fallen, the forest rapidly darkening around me. I ran blindly, no longer following any trail, driven only by the need to put distance between myself and the cabin. Behind me, something crashed through underbrush in pursuit, moving faster than any human could navigate the difficult terrain. A fallen tree blocked my path. As I clambered over it, my weakened ankle gave way completely. I tumbled down a steep embankment, rolling uncontrollably through brush and over rocks before coming to rest at the bottom. Pain exploded through my body. Ankle definitely broken now, ribs possibly cracked, face lacerated from branches. I lay there, unable to move, waiting for my pursuer to find me. Minutes passed. The forest had gone completely silent. Not even insect sounds penetrated the heavy stillness. Gradually, painfully, I pulled myself upright against a tree trunk, surveying my surroundings. Ahead through the trees glimmered electric lights, the ranger station, perhaps half a mile away across difficult terrain. So close, yet in my condition, it might as well have been on another continent. Gathering my remaining strength, I began to crawl toward those distant lights, using my arms to drag my battered body forward inch by agonizing inch. Behind me, something moved through the darkened forest. The race for survival had reached its final phase. Time lost meaning as I dragged myself toward those distant lights. My world narrowed to the next handhold, the next root to pull against, the next few inches gained. Behind me, something maintained a constant distance, neither closing in for the kill nor falling behind. Sometimes I heard it moving parallel to my route, crashing through underbrush to my left or right, playing with me. The forest opened onto a maintenance road, gravel, rarely used but unmistakably human-made. The ranger station lights appeared much closer now, perhaps a quarter mile along this road. I pulled myself onto the gravel surface and continued my agonizing progress, leaving smears of blood on the pale stones. My pursuer grew bolder as we approached civilization. Twice it crossed the road ahead of me, visible only as a dark silhouette against the night sky, impossibly tall and thin, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Each time it crossed, it paused to observe me before disappearing again into the forest. The third time, it stopped in the middle of the road. Moonlight revealed what daylight had partly concealed, a nightmare figure that approximated human form while violating every principle of natural anatomy. Limbs bent at additional joints, torso elongated and unnaturally narrow. It wore tattered clothing that might once have belonged to another hiker. Its face remained in shadow, but I could feel its gaze, hungry, calculating, patient. It made no move toward me, simply blocking the path to safety. "What do you want?" I croaked, voice barely functional after hours without water. It cocked its head at an impossible angle, considering. When it finally spoke, the sound emerged as a horrifying approximation of human speech, like someone learning words phonetically without understanding language. "Your face," it said, using my own voice. "Your life, your stories." It took a step forward, movements fluid yet wrong, like watching a film of normal human locomotion played at odd intervals. "Others came before, others will come after. But you," it continued, voice shifting between mimicry of mine and other tones I didn't recognize. "You noticed me. You see me. Special." It extended one grotesquely elongated arm, fingers too numerous and too long reaching toward me. The others believed the ranger, believed the warnings, stayed on marked trails. It made a sound like broken laughter. "You came to my territory, my hunting ground." Its fingers nearly reached me now. I pushed myself backward desperately, pain forgotten in pure terror. "The Navajo have stories," it continued, "imperfect stories. I am older than their legends, older than their people. I have worn many skins." Headlights suddenly appeared on the road behind the creature, a vehicle approaching from the ranger station. The being went rigid, head snapping toward the light source. For the first time, I glimpsed its face clearly in the headlight's glare, a horrible amalgamation of features that seemed borrowed from multiple sources. Eyes too widely spaced, mouth stretched impossibly wide. The overall impression was of a poorly constructed mask made from ill-fitting parts. With unnatural speed, it retreated into the forest just as the vehicle, a ranger's truck, rounded the bend. I collapsed onto the gravel, waving frantically as the headlights illuminated my broken form. The ranger found me delirious from pain and dehydration. His radio quickly summoned emergency medical responders while he applied basic first aid to my most serious injuries. Throughout his ministrations, I babbled about what had pursued me, pointing repeatedly toward the darkened forest where I'd last seen the creature. "You're the third hiker we've rescued from this area this season," he said quietly as we waited for the ambulance. "The others were in similar condition, talked about similar things." He checked his shotgun, keeping it close. "Local tribes avoided these forests for centuries before white settlers arrived," he continued. "Their legends speak of skinwalkers, beings that can take the form of animals or people. Most outsiders dismiss it as superstition." He scanned the tree line, expression grim. "Those of us who work these woods know better." The medical team arrived within 20 minutes. A miracle, given the remote location. As they loaded me into the ambulance, the ranger approached one final time. "Whatever you think you saw out there," he said, voice low. "Whatever followed you, don't speak its name once you leave here. Names have power, attention feeds it. The more you obsess over it, the more real it becomes." He glanced toward the forest, now completely dark except for occasional sweeps of flashlights as other rangers searched the area. "And if you value your life," he added, "never return to these woods." The official report listed my injuries as consistent with a severe fall and exposure. My incoherent statements about being stalked were attributed to hallucinations from dehydration and trauma. 3 broken ribs, a shattered ankle, numerous lacerations, and a mild concussion kept me hospitalized for 9 days. During my recovery, I researched similar incidents in the region. Over the past decade, 17 hikers had been rescued after becoming lost in that same section of forest. Most described being pursued by something not quite human. Local indigenous stories described skinwalkers as witch-like beings who could assume the form of animals or humans after performing terrible rituals. They were said to stalk lone travelers, mimic loved ones' voices, and collect trophies from their victims. I found myself unable to sleep without medication. Even in the hospital, I felt watched, especially at night when shadows lengthened across my room. Twice I woke, convinced something was standing in the darkened corners, observing me with hungry patience. Upon returning to my apartment, I discovered subtle wrongness, items slightly out of place, photographs missing from albums, journal entries I couldn't remember writing. Most disturbing was finding twigs arranged in small stick figures hidden throughout my home, under the bed, behind books, inside kitchen cabinets. I moved to a different city the following month. I changed my phone number, deleted social media accounts, severed connections with anyone who might have known my whereabouts during the hiking trip. Sometimes these precautions seem excessive, paranoid even. But sometimes, especially during long nights when wind rattles the windows, I catch glimpses of a too-tall figure passing beneath streetlights outside. Sometimes the phone rings with no caller ID, and when answered, I hear only my own voice echoing back at me. The ranger's warning haunts me still. Attention feeds it. The more you obsess over it, the more real it becomes. I've told this story only once, here, now, breaking my years of silence. Perhaps that was a mistake. Perhaps by acknowledging what happened, I've opened a door that should have remained closed. Because even as I write these final words, I can hear something moving outside my door. Footsteps too irregular to be human, breathing too ragged to be natural. And somewhere in the darkness, my own voice calling my name.